Welcome, fellow explorers, to Laurence's Factorio space exploration and Krastorio² adventure. On the once verdant planet of Norvis, we greedily harvested its precious resources, delving deep into its core in our quest to satisfy our industrial systems. Yet our never-ending thirst for knowledge propelled us beyond our home into the vast expanses of space. Traversing the solar system, we unearthed exotic materials with strange electrical and mechanical properties, using powerful railguns to fling them back home. But our hunger for discovery knew no bounds. To satiate our factory, we crafted interplanetary spaceships, venturing further into the unknown. Join us in our next stream as we expand our empire interstellar, facing new challenges and unveiling the mysteries of the universe. Together we will soar to greater heights, exploring uncharted territories and embracing the wonders of the cosmos. The factory must grow. Hello everyone, and welcome to Laurence Plays, and it's a Thursday, so it's time for some Factorio with space exploration and explanation. Yes, well, I should be talking a lot about it, so I guess it's kind of a space explanation, but also space exploration and Factorio² and random noises from Mike in the background, which I wasn't listening to because I was too busy talking. Thank you, Mark, very much. Yes, I'll work on my coherency. I'm going to blame the fact I've only just finished dinner because apparently I can't plan my dumplings properly. So hello everyone, welcome to the stream. Welcome. I noticed the chat was quite busy before the stream started. That's nice to see you all chatting away and getting on well together. Hello Tank. I don't recognise the name. I'm guessing that I'm guessing that means you're new. And yes, we are indeed going to be working on long-range spaceships. These are our short-range ships, the ones we're flitting around inside the solar system, as you can tell by all of the solar panels in here, which won't be particularly effective if we leave the solar system because it'll be so far from any kind of sunlight. But yes, we have I think it's still actually parked in orbit. Yes, there it is. We have the deep space exploration ship. that is not quite finished at the moment, but this will eventually have proper full-on steam power running on it with the beam receiver, and we'll be able to go much faster and much further. So that should be good. Hello, Metbar and Johan, and who else we got? Mark. Well, hello, Mark. Jousey, Adam, Stephen, RKS, and Stephen again. Right, welcome all. To answer Adam's question from earlier, no, this game this current run is a closed game with I was going to say just the 4 of us playing, but Mark has escaped to go and become a pirate on the high seas or something like that. So at the moment, there's actually only the 3 of us. And that, but in theory, it's the 4 of us. However, we do play Factorio once a month, and we're gradually working our way through it. And that's open to anyone who's a supporter of the channel. So if you're a Twitch subscriber, a YouTube channel member, if you've dropped in a donation on Ko-fi, or anything else that along those sort of lines, basically. What's the difference between explanation and exploration? I have no idea. Hello, second Johan as well. Your fork RKS. Okay, that's whatever we're calling you today. And so we have things to do today. So let's bring up the list and have a quick look at it. So yeah, at some point I want to set the beryllium production up to prioritize core chunks, and that's so if we look over at Talos, which is down here. At the moment, it's just flooding the beryllium through from wherever it's made. There's a little bit of prioritization because there's a box somewhere in the middle down here that gets filled up first. But it'd be good if we could have the output coming from everything that's built from core chunks coming out as a priority, and then followed up by stuff that's being made from stuff that isn't an infinite supply. So that would be nice. I'm not sure how I'm going to do that given the way it's all set up, but it would be quite nice if I can manage that. Nanomaterials train. Yes, let's do that. Let's do that straight away. So the nanomaterials tray, I was setting up a system over here to produce nanomaterials. So far I've got as far as doing the coolant. Yes, Mark, you have to go yar all the time. And we are pretty much building... yes, this isn't the Death Star. The Death Star is over here in Kaleidos orbit, where we've got all these beams coming out here and being fired off to blast Norvis in various different ways. In fact, if we look at Norvis, we'll probably be able to see where some of them are coming down. There's a lot of biters here that haven't been set fire to yet. I don't know. They're kind of hard to spot on a planet this big because you zoom out far enough to be able to see a decent amount of the planet, and then you don't see the beams beaming around. Are you a beam? No, you might. No. Okay, Tristan's found one for me. There we go. So yes, this is our Death Star, blasting away at Norvis here, killing off all the bugs very gradually. Oh, is the audio being difficult already? Okay, I'll give that a kick. If I can find the right thing. Here it is.
I just moved to Kaleidos and then selected one.
Yeah, that's fair. That makes a lot of sense. Okay, hopefully that's fixed the audio video lag a little bit because it usually does. I think my capture card sometimes seems to get a little bit confused. Further out, I see. Further out, there are new and interesting types of resource. So we've got our immediate solar system here, which has planets in it that have the 6 exotic resources that we've gone out and investigated, and then further out, you can go off to distant asteroid fields like this one, for example, where you can dig up really exotic materials like naquium. Here we go. Here's some naquium, or naquitite that gets turned into naquium. So that's the stuff you need for even later on sciences. Okay, thank you, Tank. Yeah. My I've got a rather cheap capture card, and it occasionally seems to get a little bit out of sync. But I've learned how to give it a kick in the appropriate area that gets it back into sync again. However, we're not going to be able to go out into deep space until we've got the nanomaterials up and running. So, back to my earlier thought. So over here, one of the things I've done with a few of my areas, that sounds weird, is set up systems. So over here, I think I did it over here. Yes, there's an elegant system here which monitors for when there is actually 0 items in the of any particular ones of the items in the warehouse, and then says, hey, a train had better come now because we've actually run out completely, rather than just waiting until we get down to the rather than waiting until we get a full train load available. So let's start getting that set up, because that would be a useful thing to have. it's not vital immediately, but it will be very, very useful at some point. So okay, we've got that one over here already. So let's take a copy of that, put it over here, and then put in a let's see. I'm trying to remember how to do this. So we say if anything is less than 0, then output a thingy, and pass it on to there. Yeah, so if I hook up a green cable across here to the input of this one, and then a red cable on the output to here. Oh no, I'm still going to need another decider combinator on the other side to take the like that, to pass everything through. Yeah, here we go. This will do. Actually, no, not a decider, an arithmetic combinator like that to pass everything through. It's been a little while since I've done one of these, so you know, I'm trying to remember. All of these need to be then set to -1, and I shall explain what I'm doing in slightly more detail in a second when I'm not actually actively fiddling with it. But the idea is that we can monitor monitor this to see if anything actually goes negative. And if it does, then we can dispatch the train immediately. But if it hasn't gone negative, then we just call up the then we just wait till the train fills up with all of these things, and then it'll come up. Although it probably won't, because I suspect that might not be enough to fill up a train. But never mind. Okay, so over here, I want to disconnect that. I want that to go to there, 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 and there, and then there and there. And you are going to say if anything is less than 0, then I want you to output 1 launch signal. Then that's passed on to here. I want you to take in everything, add on 0, and output everything. So this will now, and the reason I've done this is the reason this one's here is to prevent the signal that's being added onto the shopping list over here, the shopping list that's being added onto the signal over here, from being passed back through and triggering this one early. So this will monitor to see, but it will still pass all of the numbers through over here, as you can see. And then when any of those go negative, we'll call for a and that then gets subtracted from this over here, and will allow us to call for more stuff. Now at the moment we have quite a lot of stuff. So we're actually okay, but as time goes by, as we start using it up, some of it's going to run out, and then we can call for more. Yes, I believe Naquitite does need big miners, Mark. Yes, because it's a difficult, therefore it needs bigger miners, or it's an advanced thing. I believe the iridium also requires big miners. I believe. I think I've been told that in the past. Okay, so back to the old to-do list. Leave immediate. Oh no, hang on. I haven't finished this. I've half a job that one. Let's go down to Norvis and implement the. This is kind of slow killing off all the biters, but never mind. We have a while. So over here, yes, I need to tell this train to leave if full cargo, or that, and also let's take you over to manual for the moment, so you don't depart when I'm fiddling with things. Also, on circuit condition, or inactivity, robots inactive. I don't remember that being a thing. Interesting. On a circuit condition of yes, do leave now if that's greater than 0. Okay, so this means that the ship will leave if it's This means the train will leave if it's full, completely full, which is very unlikely, but just in case. Or it'll leave if it's inactive and the belts that are trying to load it up over here have filled up. Or it'll also leave if it gets a signal from above to say, hey, we've run out of something completely, and there's inactivity. If there isn't inactivity, then stuff is actively being loaded in, so we want to get a bit more of whatever that stuff is. But if it goes inactive for 5 seconds, then we want it to depart. Okay, so now I have actually finished that little project. So next, more superconductive cables. That's going to be a tricky one, because they're being made over here. No, that's processors. They're being made here. Actually, maybe it's not going to be that tricky. Maybe I can just extend this and have some of them feed onto the opposite side of the belt. And at the moment, we do seem to have enough, but I'm aware we're going to start needing to fill up a station with these at some point. And yeah, let's come back to that one when it's a little bit more urgent. Let's find some black background for the to-do list. There we go. Sulfur for thermofluid needs a trigger on a 0 signal. Oh yes, yes, I know what this is. So for this one, over here we're making. I talked about this in the video, I think, at some length. But over here we are trying to make thermofluid, but we've run out of sulfur, and that is a problem, TM. And so I need to do exactly what I just did, but over here and for this one. So let's copy you to over here. And then, you know what, let's just copy and paste the system I've just built, because we know how that works. And put it in, where is it? Down here. Let's put you there. Then we go through this one and turn... We go through this one and... Oh, I didn't get the... Oh, it's there. Okay, I was looking at the wrong combinator. So over here, we want to make that... I did copy this over here properly, didn't I? Yes, good. I didn't want to go and start monkeying with these numbers until I was sure I was going to do things properly. So that's a -1. That's a... let's... How does that work? How are we deciding when to feed iron plates back in? So it's over here. That's hooked up down to... And these, no doubt, are set to run when that's less than 1,000. Okay, so having a minus... Having that in there at all is not going to do anything significant. Let's take it out from over here as well. Over here, then I want to do exactly the same with these ones. That's to be a -1 as well. That can be a -1. And that one. Why is there a -10 on the iron ingots? That's a silly number of iron ingots to be asking for. That's weird. Let's turn that into a -10 anyway. And we do still want iron ingots up here because we still need the iron. I think that must have been edited by mistake by someone. So I'm gonna set that. No, not that one. I'm gonna set this one over here to -1,000 because that just can't be right. Then we do the wirings. So we take this and we hook up. Where does that cable actually come from? Probably from there. Yeah, that one goes to. So unplug that, but plug that into there, and then plug that into there as well. Okay, so this is done exactly the same thing as I was talking about before, just with a different system. So now over here we will get, there we go, so we've got an output signal of 1 on there because we are short of sulfur, impressively. Good, so that shows the system is kind of working. And then down here again, it's put me back over where I was looking at the biters. That's mildly annoying. I thought it remembered where you'd last used the navsat to look at. Maybe I didn't use the navsat. Maybe I just programmed the train remotely. I think it's pretty sure it's this train. And so we'll stick you on manual again. And yes, recycling area pickup. That's the one. So we want to add in a inactivity and a circuit condition. And we want the circuit to be, say, when up arrow is greater than 0. And 5 seconds of inactivity, that's fine. I can't remember if I switched the other train back onto automatic, and I also can't remember if I set the station to... oh, there we go, so it has gone. Yes, so the station is already sending signal to train. The other one is this one over here. Are you sending signal to train? You are. And are you set to... No, you're not back on automatic. There we go. Right, so you see that train has now gone. And that means if I now go back to Norbit, and if I press the right buttons... then we will fairly soon see the train pull in. Where is it? It's up here. So it's on its way up, I presume. I saw it leave. Oh, it's looped around the bottom, because of course it has. There it is. So this train can now pull in here, start unloading. There's lots and lots of sulfur coming. Well, there's some sulfur. It's coming through in stripes, and there's a decent amount of sulfur there. So that will now feed the sulfur out over here. Lovely. That'll come down here, and it can be... Oh, no, yep, that's expected. It's carried on down there because that's different. That's not taking it into the thermofluid. So this can now come down here. We can start making thermofluid again, which means we can start to fill up these tanks. Zoop, zoop. Oh, it's being taken for thermofluid over here as well. That's fine. So we can now start to fill those tanks back up again, which means eventually we'll be able to get a train to come over to here, unload the thermofluid, and then we can start chilling it down, and we'll be ready to start chilling. Good. So that's another thing ticked off the list. Next up, solve a fixed trigger number on quantum drop processor station. Oh yes, I remember what this was. This is the nice thing about making the videos. I go through and I look at things and I point to them and I talk about them, and then I notice things like here where I've set this to call for quantum processors when there are exactly 100 quantum processors in the box, which is nonsense. I wanted to do it when there's when there's less than or 100 in the box. Then we can call for some. We don't need to at the moment, but that would be a thing that would break later on if I hadn't fixed it. So yeah, making the videos is handy because I go through and I look at things and find out what's broken. Blue circuit. Oh yes, and yes, down on Norvis we have some another thing to look at down on Norvis. So we've ages and ages ago, Mark built a new circuit production facility over here that's bringing in the resources to make the green circuits and then making some of them into red circuits, also shipping the green circuits off, shipping the red circuits off, and then making blue circuits and shipping them off. Now there's a couple of things wrong here. The first one is that this station hasn't been named. Now there's a good reason for that. It wasn't named because we didn't have one of the resources coming in for the blue circuits. So we need to change this to blue circuit pickup. Yes, and we want to have set train limit based on module signals from there, so that's good. So we can get a trainer to come over here to pick up the blue circuits when they're needed. It was a holmium cable. This was set up before we had holmium, or at least before we had holmium cables being made en masse on the ground. So that's why this has not been in use until now. However, that's now activated. So the problem is, or the other thing is, over here we have this system where we're making blue circuits in quantity using the older, more expensive recipe, and so we want to stop doing that. and so we can move away. We're now making them elsewhere as well, so we can now tell this train to get lost, go off, and but it doesn't need to drop any off at the moment. There's slightly less than a train's worth in the warehouses here. This train doesn't have anywhere it needs to go. We're in a slightly funny position. The problem here, I mean, if that was all it was, then I could just send the train out to go and sit in a siding somewhere, or just leave it there. It wouldn't really matter. The problem is that we've got all of these resources tied up on these belts up here. So, I mean, I could just go, yes, come on, bots, come and destroy this, remove this entire sub-factory over here. The problem is that would tell the bots that they have to come over and pick up tens of thousands of resources, because yeah, there's almost 10,000. There's 14,000 in this warehouse, 8,000. There's about 40,000 glass in there alone. Then down here we've got a handful of bricks. Up here we've got another 20,000 plastic. There's goodness knows what in all of these warehouses. Yeah, several thousands. Then there's all of the stuff on all these belts up here, and so I don't really want to dump all of that into the logistics system. Oh, and there's rare metals over here as well. Oh, in fact, let's come over here and set this station to not ask for anything else. There we go. Train limit 0. And so, yeah, I could do that, Mark. In theory, it would all get passed back out into the system and used up eventually once we've used up that much glass and everything else. However, I could just call for another copper train over here. Like that. Train limit of what? I think I might have made a mistake. Okay, yes, I have made a mistake, but if we send you back to buffer, then the mistake will go away. So, I've called for an additional train of copper now, because copper is the thing that we've run out of. We'll probably need to call for an additional train of silicon, although there is 9,000 in there, so I'll let that run. And if I do this, then I can sort of try and sneak up a little bit on having a little bit less resource stored. Now, what's probably going to happen here is we'll run out of something else, maybe stone bricks, and I'll go, and this will be a never-ending series of just calling over a train and getting a little bit more in, and we'll never actually get anywhere, and we'll just be producing blue circuits this way for the rest of eternity. Or we'll get sort of one extra train's worth of whatever per stream, or per time I think of looking at it, and it'll never get demolished. Which is, to be honest, isn't a serious problem. Right, so let's set that train limit back to 0 again now. Otherwise, we'll just get another one fairly soon. But as you can see, this is now unloading the copper, and copper is you use a lot of copper in order to make circuits. So I think that should disappear fairly quickly before any of the other stuff runs out. But we'll come back and have another look at that another time. And you probably can't see that because it's white on sort of brownish, greyish colours. So let's ignore that for the time being. Blue circuit production system. Right. Yep, done that. Talos meteor defenses to orbit. I think I'm just going to leave that until I next go to Talos, to be honest. Although I do need to start shipping elevator cables over there at some point. I could set one of the other warehouses to a stack. Yeah, I don't know if that'd really help. Unless I want to deliberately only get a little bit of a train's worth unloaded when a train comes over. No, I don't think it would really help, because there's still going to be the same amount sitting around there. Holmium, Tristan is working on. Kothar, Mike is working on. So those are not my problem, TM. So I'm going to. So that means I can now get rid of the to-do list. I've done or deliberately ignored everything on the list. So that puts me in a. It puts me in a position where I can actually carry on and do new stuff rather than just fixing all the things that I spotted that were broken in the last video. So the next thing to do is, as I was saying at the beginning of the stream, is to try and get that spaceship up and running. And to do that, I'm going to need to make a few bits and pieces. Fine. Okay, I'm going to need one of these. Now, I don't know why that didn't come up when I searched for high and when I searched for temp, but apparently searching for heat has found it. Oh, good. Mike has added the train. Thank goodness for that. So that needs heat shielding, space pipe, lattice pressure, heat shielding, space pipe, heavy composites, all of which are being supplied already on the column of doom. Lattice pressure vessels, which Mark made a couple of weeks ago, so we've got those, and nanomaterials, which I'm in the process of making. Similarly, turbine. We also want to make these things. Similarly, heat shielding, space pipe, lattice pressure vessel, heavy assemblies also being made on the ground. Nanomaterials still need to make. Holmium solenoids being made on the ground, brought up. Superconductive cables, that's why I was talking about needing to perhaps make more superconductive cables and start shipping them out on a train so that they can be brought over into the bus over here and added to the bajillion things that are being passed along here. And then up here. So that is a thing to do. But first, nanomaterials. And so that requires all of this stuff over here. Let's put down some. Actually, let's have a look at the recipe for nanomaterials, because I've forgotten how to make it in this week of not playing. So where can I put this? Put this window over here, so it's a little bit out of the way. Yes. So I need to make dynamic emitters, and then the rest of it. We've got the heavy composites on that belt there, the airframe bulkheads on that belt, metallic epoxy coming in on this station, and particle stream coming in on this station. So all I need to do now is make the dynamic emitters, which requires holmium solenoids, which are there, quantum processors, which are coming into this station, cryonite rods, which are there, imersite crystals there, and particle stream again, which is there. So, you know, I'm kind of most of the way there. So I need to put down about a bajillion EM facilities, so we'll have them stretching out over here somewhere, I guess. And an EM facility is probably, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It's probably 5 wide, which means if I make a stretch of this 9 wide, then that should be sufficient to start making them. I may end up wanting to ship these out by train as well, because I think they're going to be required. Actually, I was going to say I think they're going to be required for other stuff, but I think we're already making them on the column of production, and I don't think there's any real advantage in making them here and shipping them over rather than just making them up there. So put down a stretch of that like that, and we'll make our dynamic emitters over here. Okay, Adam. Well, thanks for joining. 9 p.m. feels like a very early bedtime, but I guess that's just because I have unhealthy waking hours. Unfortunately, I don't speak German. Well, don't really speak German. No, I can tell you're saying something about a place and being in the place, but I'm not sure. But beyond that, I'm afraid I'm kind of lost. All right, so for this one, I need these ones and these ones. So let's bring these down to here, and these down a little bit as well. And then if I put in I'm going to need quite a lot of stuff for this.
Are you sure they're being made on the bus?
No, but I thought they were because I thought there's something else that needed them.
Probably something else that we're not making yet. Tower of Doom doesn't have any EM
Gesundheit?
facilities.
How do we train Mike to mute himself when he's sneezing?
Oh, sorry.
Yes.
I thought it was
Only
muted.
self-defense.
Sorry.
What did you say, Tristan?
Yeah, I thought it.
There were no EM facilities. in the
Oh,
Tower
okay,
of Doom.
all right. Maybe we're not making them there then. In that case, I may well consider shipping them out. It's weird. I could have sworn we needed them for something. Maybe it was. Oh, maybe it was. Maybe they're being. No, they can't be being made on Norvis because they have to be made in an EM facility. I'm sure we're using dynamic emitters somewhere for something, or that we have used them before. What do they get used for? What do we? Efficiency modules 8, which we're not making yet.
No, basically.
Sorry.
No, basically, just haven't gone through them all.
Okay. I am surprised because I could have sworn we talked about dynamic emitters and somebody set up a system to build them. I mean, I'm not going to call you a liar. If you say so, I believe you. I am merely
There were
surprised.
various things we've researched and would like to make that use them. But we do have that Finder mod thing. I can't
True.
remember how to open.
Yeah. No, I mean, I thought we were making them, but if you say we're not, I'm prepared to believe. Right. So EM facilities. No, your particle accelerator. Still blue, but the wrong shape. Oh. What? Okay, it's bigger. It's a 7x7. That's why I don't have enough space for it here. I think I'll probably bring the let's bring the particle stream in over the top because I can. So I'll put you there. Start there because that way I can actually extend this a little bit, and then that will. No, it won't. I'm going to need a pipe somewhere to carry this stuff. So it's going to probably be here, this column. So I'll put that in there, just so I've got something to aim for. And then that goes under there, pops up. What? Have I got this wrong, as is traditional? Right, so you get down here. Yeah, I just dropped it in the wrong place or something. I don't know. I'm confused. Oh, I see. Now I sort of vaguely understand the meme. You're a 7, so you can go away, and we can replace you with a 9, which is also German, as we all know. Put that there, and then a couple of pieces in there to link onto there. Right. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, 4. 5, and then we'll drop under. No, 6. So what? So this should go. It should go here, and then. Oh, okay, yeah, all right, that's fine. Like it does go there, and this goes like that, and then pops up over here. Oh, there's going to be a splitter in the way. Ah. This is difficult. This is more difficult. This is difficulter than it should be. English good I does. You wouldn't think I did it for a living. Right. Put a little bit more in there. Okay, so now we put in one of these here like that. Belts join like this. And immediately go up and under. So we can then have the pipe come down here and along into this thing. Yeah, like that. Lovely. You zany Germans telling us about your cities and that we should go to them. Right, so we want you. I want to be in this mode. We want you to make what are we making? Dynamic emitters. There we go. I knew there was something we were making along here. So we've got two of the input. Those two are the inputs, and that one's sort of sorted. So I still need to bring in the cryonite rods, the hematite crystals, and there's going to be another thing needed for this. So I'll put in another row of space landfill like that. So that was the crystals and the I've forgotten what's already processors. Are the processors required for the nanomaterials? Where's my? Oh, there it is. It's just being slow, either slow or I'm being I don't know what. Right, we don't need them. Yeah, we don't need the processors for that. So these quantum processors only required up here. So I'll bring them across and up. So that means a bit more flooring. Space landfill, as we say. Hey, Sophia, welcome. It goes there. Right, so we have inputs there, and the outputs will be dealt with momentarily. Let's extend that down a little bit, because I'm probably going to need a bit more space. So here we are going to be feeding in the crystals, these bunnies. Like this. Pop. And that will go there as well. And then we're going to bring the processors up as well once this has been placed, and those will need to find their way through. So I can't do a great deal with that until we've got the bits and pieces in place. Bring this up here though, and I'll want an unloader to unload. Funnily, I'm going to need a little bit more of this actually. So let's just have that much. There we go. And then along here, well, I'm going to use stack inserters because at this point, why not? Then they're not expensive. I've got oodles of everything. I can put them in like that. Also, I would like another one of these over here somewhere. Like that. Yes, that's going to be in a convenient place. We're going to have this coming along here. Stupid game. Don't do that. Bad game. And right, what does that make? So that makes one dynamic emitter from all of that. So that means I'm going to actually be absolutely fine unloading with a red inserter. I don't need to worry particularly about the rate that one particular inserter can run at. That's going to be, yeah, here we go. Now I can finish off the piping up here. Like that. There we go. And like that. And I think that's now oh no, down here. This needs finishing off, but I'm waiting for the flooring. Oh yeah, thank you. You think I should just jump on a train and go trundling around and see where I go? I could do. The advantage of where I'm standing at the moment is in a spaceship you don't have to your life support doesn't tick down. So as you can see over here, I don't need to worry about getting any more cans brought over to me. So slight savings there. It's quite possible actually that you have the same in a train. I don't know off the top of my head, but I wouldn't be surprised.
Have a look at iridium ingot production over the last 10 minutes.
Ooh. This sounds relevant to my interests. Iridium ingots, 10 minutes. That is an upwards curve, or sort of a restarting the stream curve. So that's up to about 800. That's pretty good, I think. It sounds like it's good. How does it compare to before? So we've had spikes this high before, but not sustained.
But it's held it consistent for 7 minutes.
Yeah, so I'm that was sort of a half a compliment because I didn't actually say the other half, it was just sort of implied.
So I'm only going to give you half a compliment, Mike, because I know how big your ego is. And
yeah,
you'll
pretty
have to
much.
turn sideways to go through doors.
Don't want to encourage you. Yep, that looks promising. Now just see if you can keep it up.
That's what she said.
Yep.
I have good feelings so far. I think we can get to at least 15 minutes before anything happens. But
a whole 15 minutes, wow.
In fairness, we've already burned through all of the enriched vulcanite on the planet.
Right. When you say burned through, do you actually mean used up or
consumed?
Right, rather as opposed to just moved on into buffers and things. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, that sounds like but a potential issue.
Yep. We'll just have to figure out how to deal with that.
Yeah, the obvious answer is you ask for more of it each time at a time.
Yeah, I just don't want to do. I'm asking for 10k at a time. Oh no, I know what's happened. It's because with the thing shut down, the ship was just sort of sat there waiting and wasn't bringing any more in.
Sitting there
so it
looking
should actually
sad.
balance itself out given time. You know what? Do a manual run.
Why is that not linked?
That should work.
Let's try it again. Oh, I see. I've linked. No, I don't see actually. Oh, I do see. There's too many cables coming off that that one Ujima what's it. So let's disconnect that from something and see what happens. So if I go from here to here, then hopefully that means if I put another one, put this back. Yes, there we go. Now we've got an actual connection between them, so that'll work. That's not something I'm used to running. A problem I'm used to running into in Factorio, running out of connections on pylons. I mean, I know there is a limit of 5, but oh yeah, I've not started the Discord overlay. You're right. One second. I shall do so. There we go. There's your Discord overlay. Sorry about that.
You and Pete are the same person.
Pete and I are the same person. This is well known.
You and Mark are the same person.
Everyone confuses me and Mark. That's because my
names
German
sound the same.
is
Yes.
incredibly strong, and Mark's Northern British accent sounds incredibly strong as well.
I got confused for one of the three of you.
It's almost like Mike and Mark sound very, very similar.
Nah.
Okay, now I've installed that bit, I can come along here and it's not quite right, but it's approximate. So if I put that in there and then say no, not you, that will still link. That will link across to there. So there we go. That's the second one. And now I can just come along here and go pasty, pasty, pasty. Boom. Boom, that'll do. Actually, come to think of it, I should probably go along here and... Can I flip these when they're not actually placed yet? No, I can't. I should probably come along here and flip half of these round so they're putting onto the other side of the belt. But, yeah, there we go. Bacons is a good point. I haven't planned for bacons, but I can add them in. There's plenty of space around here, so that's not too much of a concern. Let's remove all of that, because then I'm just going to start putting in the nanomaterial production down here. Yeah, so as saying, Mark has gone off gallivanting around in the oceans. And we've discovered breadcrumbs. Well done, us. Okay, so back to FNEI and nanomaterials this time. Oh no, I've already on nanomaterials. Yeah, can't use FNEI apparently. These require manufacturers. Those are at 9, 10, and 13. Okay, so let's make an enormous thing here. About that wide probably, because manufacturers are big. And there's 1, 2, 3, 4 solids and 2 fluids going in. So if I put a chunk of this across here, I would like to leave enough room. How big is a wide area beacon? It's 5, isn't it? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and an additional one for 2 for just sanity. There we go. So I can put my what's name machines in here. And yes, I'll put the bacons down up the middle track over here, and then they can bacon everything around the area. So, that's going to take dynamic emitters, heavy composites, airframe bulkheads, vitalic epoxy, and so on. So let's bring these two down. And I am going to split them off, even though that feels slightly unnecessary. Or am I? Or should I just put everything... Yeah, let's split them off, because then I can have because then we can have 2 half belts, but we use the other half of the belt for something else elsewhere if and when we want to. So I'll put that there to go off to the side, and then one there to go off also to the side, but we'll link it round and link it up. Would it be there? I think it'd be there, actually. Let's find out.
Laurence,
Hello.
once you get to the point of having enough of those beam emitter things, whatever they're called, could you consider making a couple of the labs, please? Singularity labs.
Probably.
Oh, they need to be made in a space manufacturing.
Okay. I mean, it's still potentially yes. It's not.
It's a thing that's given the number we're going to craft. It's probably a do it by bot thing.
Right.
It
Okay.
needs thermofluid.
Right. Yeah. So definitely not a pocket craft then.
It takes 2k super cooled thermofluid, but doesn't look like it actually outputs any.
Huh.
So it's something that actually consumes the thermofluid.
Gosh. I suppose that. I mean, I was going to say that makes sense. It's going to because then it's got coolant inside it to pump around, but no, because you pump. Well, oh no, we don't pump it into it. We don't. Well, at least the other labs don't get thermofluid pumped in. I wonder if it's going to require. No, because it's a recipe that requires the thermofluid, not the building type. So yeah, we're not going to be probably not going to be putting thermofluid into it. So maybe that's what it is. Maybe it runs so fast it requires coolant, and so we need to feed that in somehow. Oop, I need another one of these. Bunk. Where's my construction? How far out does my construction area come? Yes, is the answer to that. Far enough. No, we haven't switched to LTN. We are still using entirely vanilla. Well, I say entirely vanilla trains. We've got space rail and space trains, but all the route finding and all that sort of shenaniganery is done entirely through just programming them up manually. So as you can see, we've got this one just runs between thermofluid pickup and thermofluid drop, but thermofluid pickup is currently empty, or does not have enough stuff for it to go out there, so it's sitting here. So no, we are LTN, completely LTN free, which makes things quite a lot harder. I'm not going to lie, but you know, it's an interesting challenge. It makes things a little bit different. That's not right. That's probably right. Yeah, that looks good. Right, so that's the first two ingredients for the nanomaterials. I wish these things would stop randomly closing when I'm trying to do stuff. Basically what I'm saying is I wish Factorio had the concept of having multiple windows open at the same time, because I've got quite a big screen, so it'd be useful to be able to fit a bit more onto it. That's what I'm trying to say. Then the other two solids are Vitalic epoxy and these things. So we'll bring them down here. Actually, let's put in one of the... yeah, see, because that's now closed it again, and it'd be nice to be able to bring this window up without closing it. So let's put in the first space manufactory. I'll line it up with that one just because, and then I'll spend a moment or two waiting for the bots to come out and place the space landfill. Come on. Would it kill you to do the bit I actually want you to do? There we go. Right, so line it up with that. I think I'm going to try leaving one space like that to start with, and then we've got loads of room underneath for the other input belt and the output belt like that, and then a couple more because numbers are hard. So this is going to be the other input belt. We'll bring it across to here. Two inputs, and this is an output, so it's going to come across and then down, whatever. So the inputs are this one. Come on, no, we are going. No, we decided we're going to split these, so that's going to come to here. And then, give me that. Go under. Wait, what? No. Goes to here. Across. And under. And this one was. Oh yes, the the epoxy Vitas. Let's put in an underground here, so we can just run this belt across. Although this is now going to be in the way. To be honest, at this point, I think we can just drop down a little bit like that. It's not quite how these things are supposed to be set up, but I don't care. It'll be fine. I can go under to... Where should we put this? Yeah, if I bring it up here, then I can bring that down like this. This is all a horrible tangle. Let's move this down a bit and use that one, because then I can put in a splitter here. Underground. Oh,
Lawrence.
Yes.
How upset would you be if I used some logistics bots to leech off 100 of a couple of things that you've got over there? The resources. Like the laser things and the heavy composites. Just because I don't need them in significant quantities, but you're also doing stuff here, so I don't want to get in the way of that.
Yeah, pulling off relatively small amounts like that, I don't feel too bad about. Yeah, is that so? Is that going to be temporary, and we'll pull that up later? Because that is in theory in my bus, but in practice, I don't know how much of this bus I'm going to actually use in the long run. So
my plan is set that inserter to put 100 into the chest, and then rip it up.
Okay, yeah, that sounds all right. Okay, so then we load. And we load, and we unload, and we go. What were we making again? Oh yes, nanomaterials, I remember. That's going to be a manufactured thing. So nanomaterials over here, like that. And that means we need to bring... Right, so we need to bring in cold coolant at the top, warm coolant out at the bottom, or side, or whatever. And... let's flip that again. Let's do it the other way up. And there's reasons for this, and I'll tell you what they are once I've worked them out myself. Yeah, so this way we can not put that there. We can put that over here. We can have the two of the fluids fed in at the bottom, and then there's still when I start wanting to put in beacons later, which won't be very. Oh, actually, these things are massive. They're called wide area beacons for a reason, I guess. If I put them here, I could almost get a third row of some. If I put them in here. And then shifted the all of the nanomaterial manufacturing up a little bit, I could probably get a third row of machines underneath it, and that'd be a lot more efficient. I feel like I probably should do that, even if it's going to mean a good chunk of rebuilding, or at least redirecting belts. Go on, let's be efficient with our modules. There we go. I shall give you some dynamic emitters this way as well, Tristan.
Okay, that's completely changing the number I need.
Yeah, sorry. I know, but it also I was going to be demolishing it anyway, so you know they're going to be in the shame at some point. Let's put that across there instead. I've just realised I've just decided that it's probably worth trying to be efficient with my beacons.
There we are. The Kothar ship has returned, bearing glorious enriched vulcanite.
Woo.
Woo indeed.
That means that things will actually continue running for longer than I was expecting.
That's good.
We've
made 100,000 significant data.
Yeah.
That's lots.
Yeah.
Sad times have occurred. If you look at the iridium production graph, you can see that the thing ran out.
Don't.
it ran for 15 minutes.
And that's given that. To be fair, that's the same sort of shape we've been getting before. Whenever iridium has started working for a little while. So.
Yeah.
I guess we'll find out whether the new numbers are sufficient or not in a soon.
Well, I hadn't actually upped the numbers. I will. I think for now until such time as all the buffers are filled.
Yeah, we are making significant quantities of enriched vulcanite, so in theory you can go nuts. Let me know if it runs out in Norbit, and I can have a look at the amount that's being brought over there. But yeah, it's just bringing both over at the moment, both enriched and cubes over at the moment, so it should be reasonably reliable.
Don't request more than a train. Sorry, not a train. A
spaceship. Yep.
In total, across all of your things.
Yes. Yeah.
Right, now I can move this stuff up. So this, I want to move from there up to... Oh, we're going to have... No, we can squeeze the... Yeah, I can bring the warm thermofluid out on the same height, in between, in this row through here. So I don't need space above. And there's a couple of spaces in here in case of emergencies anyway. So that should be alright. So that goes across there. Got an input here. actually be across there. This will be here, but I'll deal with that soon, or sooner or later. And then we'll need a that and that. And that going wherever. And then over here, this is not going to reach all the way over to the middle of the next machine, so I'll put that in there in the middle, in the join between them, and there'll be room to fit it in for the next one. We'll need a pipe in the middle of there. I'll try not to forget that one. Actually, let's move that up because I'm not sure how much space I'm going to have for this. So we'll just do this with undergrounds. I think that's probably the best way. It might be slightly more expensive, but it'll be easier to fit all of these things in. I don't want this belt actually. Come on. Damn laggy games. Oh, crap, I got rid of my... what do we call it? Beacon. There we go. That thing. What's this, Tristan?
Nanomaterial.
Oh, okay. Fair enough.
Same thing. I'm not
because it's inside what I was about to copy paste. That's all.
Okay, there you go.
Yep. I mean, not the end of the world. I could have always dealt with it otherwise, but yeah. Okay,
I hadn't quite clicked that was your only one, and therefore would be your copy
so
paste.
that goes to there. Thump. And I'm going to need more of these in the middle because that's not quite long enough. It's so close. It is one square off. In fact, all right. Let's fix that like this, and that one in the same way. And I actually can. That's not going to join the two pipes conveniently. There we go. That's nice. So presumably that means if I can get rid of that and that and that and that, and do the same up here as well. Yes, I can. All right. That's nicer than using extra underground pipes, I think. Right. So how am I getting? How's this getting on? That's two machines. Two machines that will make it. I can't put the next one in right next to it because somebody put a beacon there, but I can put it here, and then here, and here, and so on ad infinitum. Well, add over here, iridium anyway. Belts extend that, and yeah, just go into that. Have to move you though. There we go. Right, that will create a quantity of nanomaterial. Oh, and I haven't put any of the fluids in yet. So you are pink clouds.
Are you aware it's producing scrap? Given I literally just had a look at, just in case for my setup.
I was not, thank you. Wait, what? Have I messed up this bus here again somehow? Apparently. Yes, these this should not be here. Oh, booey. Right, therefore that means this pipe can now... Stop rotating things. I don't know what it is about the way I play this game, but there's clearly something in the way I click, the speed I click and drag on, or click and do things on things, that means that something just isn't quite syncing up properly, and so it keeps doing, well, that. Right, so over here we're going to have this is warm thermofluid, so it goes under here and runs immediately into another belt because of course it does. And the thermofluids are going to come down over here. So the warm return is this one. Why is that there? That shouldn't be there. It should be there. And amazingly conveniently, that's actually dropped in just the right place for that pipe. There we go. And then up here, this wants to go under here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Let's put enough. Wait, oh, never mind. Put enough 5 in here. Oh, no, it's 5, not 6. I can't. Apparently, can't count. And then this is presumably this is super chilled thermal fluid, isn't it? Yes, it is. So up this pipe, which also is going to have issues with there being something else in the way. This is the story of this entire build, apparently. 1, 2, 3, 4. I'm going to do it like that. And this is the this is the super chilled one, which is this one. Of course, it's the one immediately next to it. That won't fit in there anyway, so I won't worry about it. And down here, 1. Put some 9s. 9 there, and yeah, that'll do. Not quite. Again, I'm going to have to use the 9 and a 5. Right. That's my thermofluids all piped in. At least once everything gets built. And once this pylon gets replaced, then like that, then everything should be powered again. Good. And I can come along and put modules in things at some. Oh, hang on. There should be another one of these. So that's getting to there. So I want to put another one of these in here. So actually, this machine shouldn't be there. There should be a second module beacon over here in there. I think if I put it here, yes, here, then everything is successfully beaconed. Okay. So that should be when I connect this and this and this. That should be. Oh, and when all of this gets built, we should have nanomaterials. We're clearly not requesting enough cryonite. How could a downstream be full? Let's put it up to 2,000. I think I might just put all of these up to 2,000. And then I'll have a look at that train and work out why it's not going anywhere yet. Oh, hey, Gelquin. Yes, the pipes do indeed need to be placed. Oh, okay, the train's gone. That solved that problem for me then, hasn't it?
Yeah, there's potentially a slight timing issue. Where if there's a downstream station that wants stuff collected, but has a train limit of 1.
Yeah, I see.
Prevent any from going downstairs.
Yeah, I can see how that could work. Or not work, as the case may be. Right. And so, where are you? You're feeding to, yeah, you're near site, I think. Oh, hang on. Yeah, you're near side to far side, so near side. Wait, what? Oh, they were already set up that way. And then I'll do the same along here with you and you and you and you. Okay, so here, yeah, as Tristan warned me, we do have contaminated scrap coming along here, so I'm going to need to clean that up. So, ideally, I'd do it in the space before it goes out into the rest of the... Oh, I haven't done that. like that, and well, this is being made, so obviously got all the inputs. It's just the output that didn't do properly. Yeah, so as Tristan pointed out, there is contaminated scrap coming out of here as well, so I need to deal with that. Let's bring the nanomaterials over to here, where there's room to do stuff. And then I can split it out there. Let's turn that one round for the moment so it doesn't send stuff where I don't want it to go. And then one side of this can go underground again and be sent over to here and added onto this belt, which is a disposal belt. There we go, nice and easy. And then this belt that comes away down here will be pure nanomaterials. Lovely. Now, the next question, how far down does that reach? So if I put one of these in at the limit of it, yeah, I'm easily going to be able to fit all the pipe work, or belt work rather, in for that to get what it needs. And what I'll do is I'll flip it round. I'll mirror this vertically so that so all the machines we can use these pipes again for the machines underneath. I think that hopefully will be reasonably easy to line up. Although I am a little concerned that hopefully it'll be possible. We shall see. Oh, yeah, it'd help if I extended these pipes, wouldn't it? At least over here, we've got the pipe. The pipes are still in there from doing the other, from the machine that never was, or briefly was, and then got removed. Did I just dig a hole in the ground? I did. Never mind. Okay, so we have some more machines running there. How are we doing over here? Right, yes. So we want to say nanomaterial goes off to the right. I said to the right. There we go, like that. And then I can flip that round. And there we go. Nice flow of nice clean nanomaterial, and the scraps disappearing off up that way to go off and be recycled as it should. Speaking of scrap recycling, I'm a little bit curious about the how the battery situation is going over here, because you may remember from the videos and my general ranting about it that we have rather a lot of batteries building up over here. So we've got 2,800 in there, we've got 1.8 thousand in here at the moment. So we'll remember 1,800, and we'll come back and check on this again later and see if it's continuing to climb. And if it is, then we'll
scratch. Still full. So
yes, so we haven't had any more come in from here, which is good. But where they're coming from, nobody knows. Oh yes, we were going to look at the ships and see whether they were taking out charged or discharged, weren't we? Charged. Over here we have charged batteries in the warehouse. So,
but critically over here we have a storehouse with 1.2k, which means that those are preventing any draw. So those are a buffer that now needs to feed back into the system.
Yeah.
Really slowly.
Yes, at the same rate we're expanding the rest of the belts, battery belts around the rest of the factory, I suppose. Yeah, okay, that's potentially problematic. What's going on over here? What is Mike doing? Oh, he's taking all the modules. Fair enough. That's what they're there for.
I genuinely imagine they're taking a couple. However, having got a few modules, I'm also stocking up on express transport belts.
Ah. No, I zoomed out and went, "Hey, there's a spaceship parked over there. I wonder who's shenaniganing over there," and it was you. So,
well, I mean, there's that as well.
Just being nosy, really.
Ah, well, I expect nothing less.
All right, slap down some more of this over here, and in fact, let's go full width. Oh, I didn't mean to go quite that full width. Let's say never go full width, or is it something else? Right. So the idea is going to be that
we're making all the space scaffolding out of my ship. This big swarm of construction bots you can see on the map. It's just basically gone to my ship, gone down, and
that's what you get for using green chests in your spaceship, I'm afraid.
Yeah.
Yeah, and even to make it even better, the bots will prioritise it from your ship as well.
Mm-hmm. I've noticed.
just to let people know, heavy composites will be being brought up to the bus, space bus.
Thank you.
Good.
Oh
yes, yes, I'm going to need those at some point as well. Oh, I've run out of
Did I say
robo
heavy
coverage.
composites? I meant heavy assemblies, whichever I said.
Yeah, I think you said heavy composites, but I understood heavy assemblies nonetheless.
Task failed successfully.
Indeed. Let's put that in there. It's an odd place to put it, but it's a space that I can't use for anything else, so I think it's a good place to have it. And similarly, let's put one there to get coverage. I could put it over here. I don't want to put it in here because this is potentially useful. Actually, it's not potentially useful bus area. It's tangles. So yeah, let's put one in here and just put it in here. Actually, let's put it here because that's space that definitely won't be used for anything else. Because it's sort of it's in this station's area, so it's yeah, we won't be using that for anything else at all. Because I am going to need a couple of pickup trains in here. One for taking away the nanomaterials, and one probably one for taking away the these things. Actually, we haven't needed these anywhere else yet, but I wouldn't be surprised if we do at some point. So let's put in a nanomaterial pickup station. I think I'm just going to copy any. Oh, I don't know what to copy for a pickup station. Let's find an actual pickup station and copy that because that's probably going to be easier. Not you. Yeah, I guess this one will do. No, it's got two warehouses, isn't it? Oh, it doesn't really matter. The actual station itself is fairly straightforward. It's just the sort of getting the right length of everything. Railway. Right, so put this in over here. It can squeeze in like that. I think that'll fit I'll fit a warehouse in there. It is naturally the opposite way. I'm just going to copy one of the drop-off stations and then redesign and then repurpose it for pickup because I feel like that's going to be easier. Take that. Put it there. Alright, I take back everything I said earlier. The Roboport did get in the way, but never mind. It's just meant I've moved this down a little bit further. You should not have that name. There we go. You no longer have that name. Don't need that. These will be the other way around. Don't need that. Don't need that. We'll need these belts across the top, though. Won't take you that way. Get rid of those bits. Right, and I'm going to have another. I'm just going to have another input feed for this one over here because I think it's going to be easier than doing another sort of careful splitting off of everything else. So this will then come down here. Have another. Then I can extend this belt down here, split off another set of batteries over here to charge up this train, and then things will probably. Oh, for goodness sake. Why is nothing easy? There we go. Building two things too close together, that's the problem, of course. Oh, okay, Mark, sorry, I didn't see where you were going. I was concentrating far too hard. Yep, thanks for dropping in, and we'll see you when it's your watch below. No, your watch conscious. I don't know. When you're not supposed to be paying attention or sleeping. At that point, anyway. Because I wouldn't want to be us distracting you to be the cause of you running the ship aground somewhere in the middle of the Atlantic. That would be embarrassing, especially given how big the Atlantic is. He's probably gone by now and not listening to the things I'm saying, which is probably for the best, really.
They'll probably hear it in the next few days.
That's true, yeah.
Hello, future Mark.
I was going to say, he's not fuchsia, he's pale green. Right, there we go. That's a little bit of load on the batteries, so we'll pull a few, maybe 100 or 200 of them through. Not very many, upsettingly, but that's nonsense. Let's not have that there. Have I?
If anyone
honestly moved out
finds
the other
a
end
lack of
these?
steel in the near future, it's because there was a loader the wrong way round. So we've been being starved of steel. It's fixed now. But there may well be short-term issues.
Okay. So much green.
That's why we're not making heat shielding, which is why we're not making whatever those things are called that I called
heavy assemblies.
before. That's the one. Actually, it's
Oh,
why
we've
we're
run out
not
of
making
something.
heavy composites, which might then be why we're not making heavy assemblies or something.
Right. Okay.
There were a few yaks.
At least you managed to trace them all the way back to the yak farm. Yak. Don't need that. Oh yeah, that was for getting rid of taking the thingy away. So don't need that, and don't want that to be there. Let's bring this over here a bit, and then run that down there, because I want to put in a second row of machines across here in line with this one, and so we're going to have gap for inserters, gap for belts. Oh no, it's one too low. I'm gonna that needs to go there in order to be in the beacon coverage. No, it doesn't. What? What's the yellow then? Yellow is beacon. What was I looking at? I'm very confused. Right, so we have a gap for inserters, gap for belt, gap for other belt. So that can go there or further down. Oh, it's the top of another blue. So let's put it one more down just to make sure there's a little bit of space for playing. Because I've no idea how I'm going to wend these belts in here. Probably underground. Or I could just bring in the single belt, this one again over here, and then have the complicated stuff underneath. Right. So once this is placed, I'll flip it round and round and round and round until it all lines up nicely with these. Oh, a hat request. I don't have any hats within reach. Where are all my? Oh, they're up there. Let me see what I can find. Hello, Madman. Welcome. Yeah, a bit late, but there's still plenty of time. There'll be plenty more happening, I think. Found one. Haven't had one of these for a while. Right, and posture check. I think standing up probably successfully does a posture check. Oh, my shoulders are aching a bit actually, but that's from weightlifting, so it's sort of, you know, oh, don't do that. It's sort of expected. Oh, crap.
Have you finished your 100-ton challenge yet?
Yes, I haven't finished the videos for it, but I finished it about 10 months ago.
It's just editing this behind. No worries. I mean, I'm sure you can get it finished by the end of January. In fairness, you didn't say what year.
This is problematic. Partly because I've put all these up against each other like that, so I've now mixed all the fluid systems because I forgot about that being a thing. If I rotate you, is that going to cause? Yes, that's going to cause problems.
As long as you're placing stuff by bot, it doesn't matter.
Yeah, I know, but it makes me sad. The more serious, for certain values of serious problem, is I'm not quite sure how I'm going to line up these machines in order to get their fluids.
Because they're rotationally the same.
There's two options, but they're both wrong. If I move this to have the, so that one is now manageable. I could have this come up again here and drop the pipe down from there. I mean that would work. Yeah, that'll be okay actually. It's more pipes, but I think that's the best I can do. So I can do that, you see, and that, and then have a belt come in here with the... Oops. These things. So yeah, that will kind of work. Oh, and that goes there. Yeah, and then the output is easy. Yeah, I think I feel okay with that. Then down below, we then have all of this stuff coming in again. So we have a belt here that has this. There, presumably yes, there. So it goes like that. And what? Oh, I see. I didn't get that bit. That goes no. That goes there, and then under. Not there'll be anything left on this belt to go under when the whole system's running at full speed. But you know, might as well try and be tidy. That comes down to there. Feed all that through there, and then over here, that's to there, and that's to there. I probably shouldn't be setting these things up quite so quickly and just chucking things in, because at some point I'm going to run out of... Oh, thanks for the sub, NX3. Much appreciated. And then we need an out belt over here as well, like that. And that's going to need to be filtered, so we'll worry about that in a moment. So I'm going to cut that there, so I've got it's there available to be sorted at a later point. Then in, out, and also how was I doing the? Okay, I was just running along here. That's fine. That'll work. So we'll then run a pipe along there, and then this is warm, so we'll run this through to here, and another pipe in here. It's way too long, but never mind. No, actually, no. Let's be slightly tidier with this. 9. There we go. Okay, is that nearly everything? Yes, it is nearly everything. Yeah, I think that's all of the inputs now, and it's everything except the end of this belt. And this one has to come from here. Let's go like this. Come over to here and go in here. And then this one, once we split it off, should just split it here. That'll work. That can then come over here and go into the bottom of this warehouse. And this one will go into the scrap system. Like this. Actually, let's go like this. Because we're going to need to join... Yeah, it's going to be... We're probably going to end up with more trains at some point. So we'll put that. That goes there, and that goes there. Because now, yeah, if we have any more scrap coming in from anywhere else, we'll deal with that. That comes up to there and there. That goes into there. And I think that's now... Oh, I need to put the filter on there before I set this belt running. But as we can tell by the fact there's stuff coming out of here now, that seems to be working quite nicely. Particles. I've just hooked up particle stream to the coolant. That's not right. No. Coolant is this one. Let's try and get that right. It would be much better if we tried to put coolant into coolant rather than coolant in particle stream. I think I'm just going to feed that across. Is that what I did up here? Yes, it is. So at least it's the same. Right, and you, no, just get rid of that. And then we'll put that on there as well, over there. Oh, and we need one extra piece of pipework on here for it to make that long enough. So do that. And I think that is now a functional doohickey. Yeah, it's produced some stuff. Over here, we want once again we want the nanomaterials to go out to the right, so I can then put that in there. That'll feed that through. That should start running quite nicely. Excellent, I think. Probably excellent. If not, at least adequate. So now let's copy that. Not get Tristan's weirdness. Put that in the... What? Why? Why is this different? Oh, okay, I see. So if I just put that there, then there'll be some funny bits of pipe here and hither and yon, but it won't actually matter. Things will just... Oh, but I bunched that in closer rather than spreading them out. So I'm going to have to leave a gap here as well, which is a little bit silly because that wasn't the point of what I was doing, but never mind, I guess. Where do you fit? It's just going to be due south of that one. So I can go there, and then there, and there, and there, there, there.
If you need faster cooling of the first stage, we have tier 2 thermal radiators now.
Okay, nice. I no. Could potentially upgrade a load of machines. Yes.
I wouldn't go for just upgrading for the sake of it at the moment.
Yeah,
they do take heavy assemblies.
Okay. Yeah, I don't feel any need to upgrade them. They're everywhere. Everywhere where we've got radiators, they are working adequately at the moment. So yeah, I'll just leave them alone.
I was just trying to work out why the Kothar spaceship hasn't left an orbit. It's got 7.2k enriched vulcanite in it. It's like, that's a bit odd. Hang on, that's not matching the request. Why isn't there more coming in? Agnea ship's backed up.
Oh. As in it's parked in orbit and it's still full. Still trying to unload.
Working on.
Yeah.
It's brought 195,000, call it 200,000 vulcanite cubes, a load of other byproducts and gubbins. And it's just completely backed up.
I'm not. Yeah,
that will sort itself out gradually.
Yes, we will use up the vulcanite.
Yeah, but give it enough time. But I mean, that
Mike
also means that iridium
understandably
doesn't
impatient.
Get its enriched vulcanite in the meantime.
Tell you what.
It's a
for now,
balancing thing.
Shall I turn on the guns on Agnea again?
I wouldn't. I'm
Okay.
gonna add.
Are they actually turned
these
off?
in.
No, they're turned on. Why are they not running?
Help.
We've run out of we've used up all the delivery cannon capsules on Agnea.
Don't worry about that.
Oh, I'm definitely not worrying about it now. Now to seeing we've not got any capsules left.
I'm just doing something.
Except there's
horrible.
one in here. Why has that not been claimed? There is one delivery cannon capsule left, but for some reason it hasn't been brought over and put into the chest that's asking for them.
Okay,
I don't know why not.
The emergency downstream train has just turned up and pulled some stuff out, which has helped flow a little bit.
There's another one on its way.
Okay.
Okay.
So that should start to balance things.
Oh yeah,
more.
because it's all just junk. It's junk that's being pulled out at the moment.
Yeah, I'm genuinely surprised. If you look at the content of the ship, and I know that it's unloaded almost 15%. It's got a couple of hundred vulcanite cubes, about 5,000 enriched vulcanite, and the rest is full.
It brings over 10k enriched vulcanite. It tries to maintain 10k.
It does feel like it unloads stuff in a very, very odd order.
Well, what's interesting is I'm genuinely thrown by how you've got so many byproducts.
Some of it may have come from tidying up.
Oh, it has a historic backlog, you mean?
I'm wondering.
Yes,
if
but I don't think it
that
has, thinking
iridium.
about it.
I'm wondering if iridium just doesn't produce byproducts, because Mike seems constantly surprised about for everything we're saying about byproducts all the time.
Yeah, but other than the stone, all of this, other than some of the stone, all of this and sand, all of this byproductory has come from the core processing. I think it's just because Mike isn't core processing enough. He's been doing everything from mines rather than from core mines, and therefore he's not been seeing the same level of byproducts coming through. Oh, and also you're keeping quite a lot of yours.
Yeah, so I mean that's the other point, is that I set up the system to not need as many rockets in the early stages by having things like a mini more locally.
Yeah, whereas
So that I can build
Agnair is mature and has been running for quite a long time, and so it doesn't need any other materials. And also, the only things you need for making that go into the vulcanite production are the water and the oil. All the rest of the ores are being sent away because you don't need them for vulcanite.
Yeah, so 20 core fragments goes into almost entirely iridite, with a small number of regular core fragments, which, okay, yeah, sure, you get the spread of everything from that. I presume...
My money's on that it's because you're not used to actually processing core fragments, because until fairly recently you only had like 2 core mines, whereas in theory Agnair is entirely supplied by its core mines.
Yeah, I mean, it's entirely possible. I will accept the point. Yeah, and I've seen byproduct loops in a lot of other things. It's just that I've really not seen that much from core mining. Yes, noted that I haven't done a vast amount of it.
Do we up the request in Norbit to 10k enriched? So 20k enriched from 10k.
Sure.
So I mean,
as long as it fits in the warehouse.
In theory, you want to deliver your primary output first, and your byproducts only sufficiently to prevent deadlock, basically. Not deadlock, so to prevent backup and the whole thing stalling out.
Which basically means you output them both as equally. If there's any, or you output the byproducts as higher priority.
Yeah, the byproduct should always be taken away in infinite quantities. There should be ignoring the fact that Norvis might run out at some point, but. Johan says that the random unloading is because it started with the last populated space and then emptied all of that type of thing. So the last thing that happened to be a vulcanite cube, so it unloaded all of the vulcanite first, all the vulcanite cubes first, and is now going on to doing other things like presumably, well, I don't know what it's doing at the moment, presumably stone, judging by the amount of pouring out.
Yeah, stone and sand. Yeah, that's the northernmost warehouse of the 3 on the ship. No, look at the one outside the ship. Even on the ship, it's still... I suppose, no. Okay.
Yeah, this looks like the way it's flowing now. I think this has been a problem with the downstream trains. There's been insufficient downstreamery, and so it's been jammed up and not able to take away all the byproducts. And now the downstream trains are starting to turn up. It's unloading all of the byproducts, and so once it's done that, eventually it'll start unloading the enriched stuff.
Yeah, I'm just wondering.
Oh, Faustus says it's based on item ID rather than what's in the. No, I don't think it is, Faustus. I think it's based on.
So hang on. If you look at the simple test, look at the northmost warehouse in the ship. The final slot is still occupied by sulfur.
Yeah, sulfur gets put into it, so it's filled up with sulfur.
It's FIFO.
Sulfur's been put in in Norbit, so it's not getting unloaded.
Big one.
Sulfur is being taken to Agnair.
Sorry, big one. Okay,
last one is copper at the moment.
Yeah.
Yeah, but if it's picked, but at the moment, it is clearly working through all of the stone. Looking at it just now, I saw it jump over a block. Oh no, of course it jumps over a block of sulfur. Well, we'll see in a moment when it gets this iron ore block here. But it looks like it's unloading the. It does look like it's unloading the stone by priority.
The warehouse to the right of it has stone in the bottom right, so it's unloading. It is unloading stone. So the inserters are putting stone in because that's the empty slot.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, I see what you mean. Are they? No, because inserters just pick up stuff not at pseudo random. So inserters pick up whatever the hell they feel like, and then just go, oh, I can't put this down into where I've into the storage thing, so I'll just hang on to it until there's room.
I thought thought about it a little.
I don't know.
The problem you got with deadlocking inserters there is if you've got stack size of 2, it picks up 2. And then it can only put 1 down, so it's got 1 left in its hand. It goes, well, better wait until the slot appears.
Yeah, that's definitely is also a thing. I don't.
Yeah.
Well, that definitely is a thing, but I don't think that says either for or against the thing I was noting.
Yeah, my understanding was instead to at least thought about the destination before it picked up.
And we've
So
now
it won't pick
stopped unloading the Agnair ship because there isn't a train.
Taking train on its way.
Okay, I'm just impatient. I need more trains to be coming in to take away all this junk, and as does Mike, so that he can get his juicy enriched vulcanite blocks.
Because this is the first time I've played space exploration. That's not entirely true. It's the first time I played space exploration this far. The first time I played, I got bored and gave up. Before I got off planet.
It's a lot more fun with everyone, with all of us, isn't it?
Well, there's more incentive to keep going, if that makes sense.
Yeah. Yeah, I've talked about that with streams in the past. Sometimes when I was originally playing space exploration before I started streaming it, I would sometimes stop because I just finished something and I looked at the next thing and went, "Oh my god, I can't be bothered with that right now." Whereas if I'm playing on stream, I've basically said, "All right, I'm going to be playing till about 11:30 or so. So if I finish something, even if it looks difficult, I'm going to have to start thinking about it, or at least prevaricate around a bit by talking about things."
But yeah, so sorry, what I was saying there is, from my perspective, therefore, this is all new and it's all a learning curve. So what's interesting there is that I'm then questioning literally everything in front of me, whereas you guys are saying, "Oh, well, in 0.5 I did X."
Yeah.
Which is, that's fair, that's reasonable. So one of the things I'm thinking about our logistics system is it has something broke. That's not good.
It's okay. It's just Dracket, which we are decommissioning by meteorite, essentially.
Fair enough. If it works, then why not?
Yeah. If you see explosions on Dracket or Taishakuten, don't worry about them. We don't care about those planets.
No, right.
Laurence, this is why batteries are backing up.
Oh, I see.
Oh, that's awkward.
Yeah.
I just added in those 3 belts.
Well, thank you. I wonder how that happened.
I suspect it was trying to unload the stuff from up above.
Yeah, it seems likely.
Warehouse is a shame.
Well, that'll help quite a lot with our that might actually explain the battery issue that we were seeing.
I expect that will completely fix it.
I wouldn't be surprised.
Seems like,
Shoot, just look at them all vanishing.
Just need to keep an eye and remember to turn that one back round soon.
Yes.
Sorry, one of the things I was working with there is that we've set up this logistics system this way with the idea that it's 1 ship per planet, aiming to then balance it so that everything just works TM.
Yeah, bear in mind the
1 ship per
intention was
planet,
for these ships to be bringing in 1 resource each. Initially, the intent was for these ships to be bringing in 1 resource each, plus some junk that could be that we weren't waiting for, and we're just trying to get rid of. Part of the problem we're seeing now is because we're trying to bring 2 things in on the same ship.
Oh, sure, yeah, and there's an element of, if we were to go back with what we know now to the point of designing the system, then Mark, I'm sure, would have done it differently, in that he'd have allowed for multiple products per planet, if that makes sense.
Although, that said, this, I think if we had more junk disposal, this might be okay. Because there is 1, 3.5. There's about 5,000 enriched vulcanite here, and there's no vulcanite cubes left in the ship or in the warehouses. So if we had enough, if we magically made all the junk disappear, the ship would empty all the vulcanite, enriched vulcanite out, and would go off and get another 1,000 of it. So it's certainly not deadlock proof, but I think it would probably be okay given the rate we tend to use vulcanite up at. Yeah,
but so that's still the same system. It's just trying to beef it, saying, yes, we've tried to balance it, and this element of the balancing isn't quite right.
Yes.
What if you had a different ship per thing? So your junk would be 1 ship, or byproducts would be 1 ship. Primary resource 1 would be 1 ship. Primary resource 2 another ship.
Yeah,
resource,
true. I mean, yes, if we had 1 ship for every single thing that was being some vulcanite's being taken. If we had 1 separate ship for every single thing that was being produced, or even counting junk as 1 thing, then yes, it would probably be okay. It would probably fix all of these sort of problems. However, there is a sort of a pleasing elegance to having everything on 1 ship, which I think is why we've done it. And to answer Johann's question that's popped up, if a spaceship clamp is occupied when a spaceship turns up, it will wait for the clamp to become unoccupied before it will touch down, as Mike has answered.
Yep.
Yes, because this system isn't one ship per planet. It's one landing point, one destination per planet.
Yes,
True.
We could add more. I don't think we have any planets with more than one
Yes,
ship.
we do. Talos has multiple ships.
Fair enough. Did not realize.
I don't know if I think it's the only one, but I could be wrong.
I think so. Yeah.
I would be surprised if it was any. I mean, I'm surprised that there's one. I'd be surprised if there's more than one because, to be honest, I didn't realize we even had one. I'd assumed that I would have noticed.
Well, you've not been listening.
Look down. Well, I don't tend to look at things that aren't to do with the stuff that I've been involved in. I'm
fair enough.
As I'm going anyway, so I've got more than enough learning to do with that. So I'm trying to keep an eye on everything else as well.
Yeah, makes sense.
Rely on you lot for.
There is a Talos 2, but I think that's just Talos version 2.
Yes, it is. That's a Mark II, not a. That is Mark II as opposed to Laurence II. No, that is just the second version of it. You're correct.
Yeah. Yes.
Once we get onto Naquium, we will probably need to have at least 3, maybe 6, maybe I don't know, but several, certainly multiples of those.
Given the distances involved, that was my assumption to try and reduce latency. Or it's not reducing; it's increasing bandwidth really, rather than reducing latency.
Yes.
It's throughput is increased, and that is sort of the core objective at the end of the day. Yeah, it's sort of interesting from my perspective to sit there and think, if we were to go back, what other ways could it have been done?
Yeah, and I think that's a part of what we have been doing is that we've been going. We did it this way last time. How can we do it differently and weirdly this time? So that is the reason behind some of the decisions we've made. So the reason that some of our decisions seem strange and perhaps daft is because we've done
using LTN.
Yeah, like not using LTN, for example.
Not using LTN is pretty straightforwardly just a look. Let's have some fun. Let's do it differently.
Yeah, but I think there's probably other stuff like that as well. Like my whole thing about not wanting to use cargo rockets, for example, was because last time I had cargo rockets doing bulk deliveries of all of the different resources initially. So I wanted to do things.
That's just because you're allergic to logistics costs.
Oh yeah, a large part of it is because I couldn't be bothered to set up the logistics. It's not the costs; it's the complexity. But yeah, it still applies. Oh, I've missed some pipes out. Hello, Vasily. Welcome. We've finished everything. We've got to the point where we are ready to start thinking about going off and looking for some Naquium. So we're sort of just before deep space science. I'd say that's probably the best way to describe where we've got to.
There we go. I'll cue the deep space catalogues.
Oh.
Uh-oh. I've learned some stuff, haven't I? You know what? I'm just
No, you can just carry on with iridium for approximately forever, I think.
Yeah.
Till you get it working, anyway.
It does work when somebody supplies me sufficient original tonight.
Well, it's being loaded into the spaceship now, anyway. So.
No, the spaceship's gone.
The spaceship's gone.
I manually sent the spaceship because, it needed to go.
Oh, okay. You got
everything from the Agnea one.
You got as much as you were going to get. So yeah, that's fair enough.
Route, yeah. And I was sat there going, why wait for the thing to go and do a round to Agnea when? Yeah.
Well, the good news is that by the time you get back, there should be another ship from Agnea with the Agnea ship should have brought a load more over. In fact, there is.
Hopefully 20k.
Oh no! You say that. I'm not sure it's gonna because there's a spaceship's worth of stuff buffered from when we didn't need as much.
Oh, yeah.
However, maybe it'll have been twice. we shall have to see, because I can't do much about it at this stage, I'm afraid.
Oh, that's fair. I mean,
it's
that's an interesting mix of...
Which is your interesting mix?
I'm looking at the stream on my other machine, and I'm looking at the belts between the warehouses and saying that is a lower proportion of vulcanite than I was expecting. That said, I believe vulcanite is not complex, but it is expensive.
No, vulcanite. I think vulcanite you get more out. You get more vulcanite per core than you get iridium per core. Vulcanite and cryonite are somewhat easier by that. And I'm basing this on early game when we were doing the delivery cannon systems, where it was much easier to deliver all of the beryllium by delivery cannon than it was the vulcanite. There was a lot more stuff left over. So no, this is just a sign that I'm doing all of my vulcanite production from core chunks.
Yeah, fair.
Vulcanite and Cryonite are significantly simpler than any of the others.
Yeah, they're your sort of beginner exotics.
They're your opening exotic, your basic exotic.
Exactly.
Vulcanite's so basic you can even get Pyroflux out of Novice.
Yeah.
Although I noticed that we haven't got much methane ice. I assume that's because we don't really need it.
We are going to need it soon. We're going to need it for Naquium in huge quantities. We've got a little bit of it being brought through from Mark's processing, but except he's not got any cryonite. So there's some being brought from Big Rid when there is cryonite supplied to Big Rid, but a lot of the time there isn't.
There's nearly 2 trains worth.
Yeah.
On Novice.
I imagine once we start doing anything with Naquium, it's just going to vanish because Naquium's it's just like that. Yeah, that makes sense, Johan. Having one spaceship bringing in the junk and one spaceship bringing in the resource does make sense. The thing is, this would be absolutely fine if we're supplying one resource from each planet. The problem is we're trying to supply 2 resources from this planet, and that's what's breaking it. So potentially, what I should be doing is having another spaceship that just brings enriched vulcanite over to Kothar in spaceship loads. And so we could just deliver 3 warehouses of enriched vulcanite to Mike and say, here you go, have fun, don't eat it all at once.
Yeah, I mean, that would make...
It is known.
Bring me more!
I'm just trying to work out where the enriched vulcanite is supposed to be coming from on this system, because I can't remember. Oh, here. Oh dear. I've made a boo-boo. Yeah, I'm not going to be delivering any enriched vulcanite unless there's a massive surge in demand. Okay, tell you what. I'm going to set up another train system to bring just enriched vulcanite up to a second spaceship that comes from Agnea and just goes to Kothar. Except it's not going to be able to do that because it's going to have fuel issues and therefore going to need to go to... it's going to need to be fueled, rather, so it's going to have to go to Norbit for that. It's not really en route, is it, though?
Yeah, that will be en route. Zagnea's...
it's not, because it has to go all the way into the Norvian sphere of influence and then back out again. It's not the end of the world, but it's a little bit of a mess. Madman, everything makes you cringe. Yeah, we're trying not to do rockets though, so we're not going to be supplying it by rocket. But another spaceship that just brings enriched vulcanite over seems certainly like a possibility.
Yeah, actually, in fairness, the other thing that's on balancing for Kothar, and I think our system is best described as balance, is that Kothar requires a liquid input, and I still don't know why I couldn't convince you guys to let me have a barrel carousel. Take full stuff in, send the barrels down, empty them out, send the empty barrels back up again. But all of that aside, it does mean that I've only got 2 warehouses instead of 3 to deal with.
Yeah, is that an advantage or a disadvantage?
It's a change in the balance. You could make it work either way. But Kothar's ship has now arrived. I'm basically spending a lot of time today just monitoring.
Yeah, I know the feeling. I have, however... Oh. Do I not have any... Do I not have any blue splitters? Come on, bots. I must have some blue splitters.
Why is this doing this? This is weird.
What does it cost to make blue splitters? How difficult is it? Fairly. Oh, it's... Yeah, quite. No, we're not going to be doing that then. Where do I have some blue splitters that I don't need? Probably these ones. Let's do that. Scrounge some splitters from somewhere. Is that going to cause... No, it's probably not going to cause problems. There we go. Now we've got those 2 blue splitters I need. Those can be brought over here. Right, I have kind of fixed the problem with the enriched vulcanite not being supplied at all. There's still going to be a latency issue with it. I should probably pull it out. Don't know if I need to pull it out of here as well. Yeah, the iridium has been a problem just because of the quantities of it we need and so on. Yeah, I don't want. Yeah, I certainly don't want to start introducing cargo rockets. That's definitely not a thing that I'm interested in. Right. Well, I'm now feeding enriched vulcanite into the system over here. Eventually, once it comes through from over here, maybe I think I haven't got enough. I need to scrounge some more blue inserters if I'm going to do that. Blue splitters if I'm going to do that. And then actually there's quite a few of them around over here that are just dealing with the core chunks that aren't coming through in particularly large quantities. So let's downgrade some more over here. And you know what? If I'm doing that, let's do all of these as well. Because that then means I can put in this sort of escape feed over here and pull out that, and then underground blue to. How did I get this out up here? Oh, I just used the sheer crazy length of underground blue belts. Fine. So it goes to the. Bring it up here. And then go down again here and come up here and put in a splitter there and a belt there. I can then join this red cable to here as well and control it from here. So that'll work nicely. There we go. So that can go to there, except it can't because it's not long enough. So it can go to there and then to there. And that is a just always run. You're only pass through, and then copy. The hell? Oh, that's not right. That's not what I meant to do at all. But anyway, I'll copy that piece of belt to here. I've run. Oh, I've not got any blue undergrounds either. For goodness sake. Ah, no, stop that. Get rid of that. There we go. Is this an upgrade planner? Yes, it is. So I can downgrade. I've got reds in here. I can downgrade that and that and that, and this will all be fine. And that and that, and yeah, that'll do. Right. So that'll allow me to build up this over here, where we can now prioritise that to the right. This will take. So the point of what I'm doing here is it's supposed to pull the enriched vulcanite out of the out of the enriching system over here, where it's coming out of the high priority. Sorry, this is the high priority stuff because this is made from the core processing. I didn't want to pull that out of there because that's coming through from the low priority. What I wanted to do was pull it through from here, and this one, get rid of that and replace that with one of these. And I need to have another underground in there to allow me to pull the signal out and control that. There we go. So now. When that arrives, there we go. Well, I can't reach that. Not you. Will allow me to pull out. Yeah, that'll allow me to pull the enriched out whenever we need some of it, and so that'll all flow out to Norvis as a priority now over the vulcanite. Right, that's going to help with that. Hello, Yukito. What is broken spaceships? Separate ones for each product in a large buffer. Yeah, I mean that's sort of what we've been saying, that maybe in hindsight it would have been more sensible to have separate ones for different products, but we haven't done it like that, and so we're sort of kind of seeing how it goes, and if it becomes I've put in some fixes now, or some improvements, and we'll find out whether that's either going to fix it or it's not, basically. If it does fix it, then it's fixed. We don't have to worry about it. If it doesn't fix it, then I'll have to do a bit of extra redesigning, and maybe send the enriched over directly to Kothar on a separate spaceship. But I found a possible way around that. Because as you can see now, this is mostly flowing. Well, okay, there is some vulcanite coming through, but it's mostly enriched now. So we're chucking huge amounts of enriched into the system because there's a shortage of it. My biggest worry is that we're going to put too much in, and there's going to be too much at the other end, but we'll burn that bridge when we come to it. There's currently no spaceship. Okay, spaceship has been and gone. We are loading up, and there's currently about 300 enriched vulcanite in there. That's not going to make Mike happy. So the spaceship is presumably...
Yeah, I've got used to shortage of deliveries and low supplies. It's standard.
Yeah. So over here, how much have we got in this one? We've got 32... How much is 32,000 vulcanite in? Yeah, okay, so there's loads of space for a lot more vulcanite in here. I wouldn't be surprised if... I wouldn't be too surprised if we were able to completely unload the next spaceship, as long as there's enough room to get rid of the junk. Yeah, we're definitely going to be able to unload the next spaceship. So that's kind of surprising, actually.
I need 2.5 enriched vulcanite per iridium ingot.
Wow. Is that not
taking into account productivity?
Not taking into account productivity.
Okay, so it's probably going to be about
that
1.5.
Might make it down to 1-to-1.
Maybe 1-to-1.
At best 1-to-1.
Wow.
With T6.
Okay.
However, they stack up a lot higher.
Oh, true. Probably true.
Whilst that is true in terms of stacks, it's still one heck of a lot of material.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah, lots of material. But it's, in a way, stacks for transport. Stacks are more important than actual materials.
Plus 28.
Right. The ship has arrived with no enriched vulcanite. It is unloading, and when it goes back, it will get at least some. So
it has about 4.5k, nearly 5k.
Oh yeah, sorry, yes, with a small amount of enriched vulcanite. But
Actually,
when it goes back, it'll
you're
get quite
right.
a lot more.
So it's 1.5, not 1.
Oh, with productivities.
Yeah, well, it's
Okay.
like 1.52 or 1.48 or something like that.
All right.
But
it.
1.5.
I was going to say, but it stacks up to 50. But I think so does the iridium. Maybe it doesn't.
The ingots.
The ingots, yeah.
No, 20
Do
for
the
it.
ingots.
Oh, 20. Okay. That's not too bad then. Yeah, so you're going to get 2.5 stacks of ingots out for every stack of enriched.
Actually, yeah. Without productivity, it's stack for stack without productivity.
Okay.
It's kind of horrifying. I just saw the Coast Guard train for Iridium turn up, sit there for about 3 seconds, and then drive off again.
It's horrific, isn't it?
I don't know how to explain the suffering that I've had over the last... I can't remember how many months I've been on this wretched planet. This is the problem. I mean, the cores are even worse because they stack to 10. The train pulls up, goes, I'm empty. And then
Yeah, I have noticed that.
longer for the train to brake to stop at the station than it does to unload.
So what you're saying is you want us to research braking force?
I think another 20 or 30 researchers and they might get to equal. But I also want acceleration force because there's the same problem on the other side.
Yeah, that's not a thing.
Just better fuel.
You need to take over those acceleration things, whatever they're called.
Oh yes, the electric motor things.
It does
Because there's-
feel a little bit like,
Because there's one belt feeding in on this side, and then the 4 coming out on this side, and Mike's done his control thing on these. They're going blip, 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 blip.
Yeah, that's just to balance it.
Yeah, I know.
No, that specific control I don't
That's smart.
think was mine. I think that's Mark making sure
Okay.
the thing is overall balanced.
Fair enough.
In fairness, it's the right thing to do. Otherwise, you end up with one warehouse completely full, sat there going, "Well, I don't see why it's not doing properly."
Yeah.
Yeah.
The spaceship is nearly empty. It's down to less than 10% of its contents.
Yeah,
5%.
that's the other thing doing this.
Oh, no, and it's leaving because it's got 5% because it's got stuff.
I started my own 0.6, just 0.6 SE run, and I was just looking at it going, these trains are so slow for the loading and the unloading, and then I realised it's because I got used to staring at iridium.
And also, you're probably loaders as well.
Yeah, although 6 stack inserters per side per carriage is quite
It's not
fast.
too bad, yeah.
Um,
It's like going to be about a quarter of the speed of loaders, I guess. If you put 6 loaders on, and then it's much quicker.
yeah, but
these
we,
supposed
you
to
know, only going to do 1 loader, or maybe 2. Yeah, 100 iron plates, or whatever they're called, per stack. 10 times iridium.
I have a warehouse full of nanomaterials from when I sort of glanced away for a few minutes, looking at other stuff, and suddenly we've got a healthy supply of nanomaterials. So that was easier than I expected. I was expecting to have to go and put in a lot more machines, scream about the logistics of bringing all the exotic supplies up to make them, but no, it just seems to have been. I mean, granted they only stack up to 50, so an entire warehouse of them is only 25,000, but we have an entire warehouse full of nanomaterials. So yeah.
Nice.
Enable when nanomaterials are greater than 100 stat 5,000. Okay, that was easy. I'm not used to nice round numbers and my train stuffs.
Oh, you got a second row of them. I got confused because I looked for the chest that I put down and it wasn't there.
Oh, I see. Yeah, I thought I put in a second row because I was expecting to need them in larger quantities. I haven't even put speed modules in all of these machines.
Or the beacon.
All the
It's got a
beacons.
beacon there.
Yeah, I put the beacons in and never populated them. Oh well. It's just sitting there consuming 10 megawatts and keeping the space warm, I guess. It is a space heater. Playing very much here all week. Right, let's call
And
you...
I've burnt through all of that vulcanite again.
You didn't get a full load, though, to be fair.
No,
Which I accept is my fault, but you've still, it was...
Well, in fairness, I don't think that load that came in has actually had a ship go to it yet.
Oh, the one that just came in now does not count because that was crap. The next load of vulcanite that arrives is going to be, hopefully, have a decent amount of
Excellent.
enriched, and the one after is going to have even more.
Wait.
So if we just assume these warehouses are going to go, yeah, okay, there's only going to be about 1,000 on the next ship, I'm afraid, but the one after is going to have a lot more.
That's all right. Yeah. I mean, the other one is that
I shifted the priority across, but there's quite a lot of buffer.
I think it's a fair statement that if there was only one of us playing, then it would catch up before we worried about it again. It's only because I'm sitting here going, no.
Yeah. Yeah, like I looked away from the nanomaterial for a few minutes to sort out this vulcanite stuff, and then suddenly suddenly the warehouse was full.
Just FYI, science is going to be on hold for a little bit while upgrading to the Singularity Labs.
That sounds like a worthwhile reason for it to be on hold. Oh, ships arrived.
I need the Space Science Labs in order to upgrade them.
Yes, just keep modules safe.
Yeah. Well, I'm gonna deconstruct.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, I didn't expect you to actually lose them or anything. That would be a bit too ridiculous. Right, so I have named this station to nanomaterial pickup. That means it is now time to put in a nanomaterial drop station up here. Here. Yeah, okay, I'll just copy this one. And put it there. I don't think we actually need that pylon, so I won't worry about the lack of scaffolding. I do need that to have a different name though, so we'll get rid of it, put it back in again. I should have gone via a blueprint, and then I wouldn't need to do that. Over here, was that actually wired in? Yes, I did wire it back in again. Okay, because I think I did the same over here, and I couldn't remember if I'd actually hooked it up properly. And so we will then have a belt coming across here, down here, here, and all the way down here to here. And I can then shove in one of these here like that. And once the belt has been built, I can then link into there as well and choose an appropriate number. So I think down here we'll say we want to have a quantity of nanomaterial delivered. Let's say 1,000 would be too... Yeah, 1,000. 1,000 seems like a good number. It's not too ridiculous. And we want that to be passed all the way down to here, and then not passed on any further. Oh, no, that's all right. The holmium cable and the bioscrubbers don't need to be on these things, so we can take that one, and we can take... Actually, that's going to be nanomaterial. Yeah, I thought that was nanomaterials for a moment, because it's also green, but no. And then here, we also need to say minus 10 million nanomaterials, so they don't get passed on any further. And now this belt here is going to be nanomaterials. Lovely. And we need to work out where here's the Tower of Doom. So I need to work out how to get another belt in here, probably from about here. That's going to be fun. Okay, and over here, before anything actually arrives, let's also add in a cable like that, and you are to only pass through when nanomaterial is less than 0. Great. So the nanomaterials are needed way up here. What I probably should have done, actually, is just pipe this belt through the middle of here and just join into the... Do you think we need nanomaterials actually on the bus? Or do we just need them on the column of construction?
We need them down on Norvis, which is a different thing.
Okay.
But I'll mention that. More train system stuff. I suppose we don't really have a proper bus anymore for the most part.
Yeah, the bus almost is the construction tower, isn't it? All right, I'll just put them straight on the construction tower because that's slightly... That makes slightly more sense, I think, at this point. Which means I can now change this down to here too. I don't know. Let's filter something weird and wacky like dead grey tree trunks, so that we know that that's definitely not needed for anything else. The heavy assemblies. Have you put those? Oh, I don't know why I'm asking. Why? Yeah, they're okay. They are going onto the column of construction. That's fine.
Yeah. Be careful if you're looking at where those go, because someone did weird stuff with the belt they go onto. And so it swaps over from one belt to another.
Okay. Because yeah. There's a half belt here. Oh, yeah. The sticks.
Bagel for...
Sticks are doing the same thing. Actually, let's do that. Oh, too slow. There we go. So they can be on the other side of this belt, I think, because I don't think... Let's just check whether we're not using this for something else. Okay, we are. Damn it. Alright, that's a bad idea. It's a bad idea, it's a bad idea. This is horrible. No guard would like 10,000 dead grey tree trunks. Okay, you can't place the order here, I'm afraid, but you're welcome to place orders for whatever you like. Maybe try Amazon. They're good for shipping stuff.
Productivity plus 152 or 148% for the 2 labs now.
Sounds pretty good.
I should have made note of what they were before.
That's quite right, Scale. It is indeed not Monday. I think you might be a few months out of date. We've switched over to the stream days have moved around a little bit due to my real life obligations. So yeah, now no, not onto that.
Now you have an incredibly tired me because my day starts at 05:30.
Oh well, you'll get used to it. I'm full of sympathy. There you go. You do the same for me. Oh yeah, that's true. We do have quite a lot of wood being there's a lot of wood being produced on Big Grid, but it's all then being turned into other things like then it's all just being turned into processed fuel, I think, and shipped back to Norvis to power our train system. I imagine we're probably generating quite a lot more than we're burning, but I'm not sure. I could be wrong. So one there and one. There's always a little bit left, isn't there?
Right, new science labs are up and running.
Whoop whoop. Let's have a look. See, you just emptied all of the science packs out into a warehouse nearby.
Yeah, they'll sort themselves out.
Probably. It bothers me that you haven't lined the science labs up.
I will probably nudge the... So I already had stuff the stuff above, because these labs are bigger than the old labs.
Okay.
So I couldn't put the left-hand one space lower because of where the belt turns, and I already had the
Yeah.
blue requester chest. But once that warehouse is empty,
It's an awful excuse.
yeah, nudging it up's easy.
Will well, maybe I guess the warehouse probably will empty. Yeah, it should empty because yes, we're using loaders. It's not searching very hard. What's it waiting?
No lack of matter,
Oh, matter.
whatever that science is called, which is possibly just
Hang on, it just keeps kicking in and out though, and there's nothing filling up the what?
left-hand belt, middle left-hand side.
Oh yeah, I see it. Okay, yes, yeah, matter science 1.
Yeah, it's just production rate.
It doesn't. You might say it doesn't matter. At least doesn't matter hard enough.
Like
There's room for a couple of modules in those. So
yeah, that's what I'm doing.
okay, cool. Yeah, I guess as we get on to later and later sciences, in theory, the recipes probably get harder and harder. This is matter science 1 is a 10-second crafting time. Bio 1 is a 5-second crafting time. Okay, so it takes twice as long. So putting in those speed modules will probably improve it up to the same level. Hey, Small Fry, we have played 191 hours, 40 minutes, and 37, 38, 39, 40 seconds. But that's between 4 people. So in a way, you could consider that to be almost 800 hours, depending on how you look at things and how you count. Right, so you are going to make the high temperature heat exchanger. If I can find the damn thing. There it is. Boop. And that requires nanomaterials, heavy composites, lattice pressure vessels, space pipes, and heat shielding. Heat shielding is here. If I do that, will we get an underground? We will. Nice. I don't know why, but when I'm putting in one of these, when I'm putting in a belt and I want it to go underground, I tend to move the cursor much, much faster, as if hitting it harder is more likely to make it go underground. I might be a bit weird. Only might be. We're not sure yet. There, so that's going to be the nanomaterials, the lattice pressure vessels, and the heat shielding. Space pipes are here. Go under there like that. And you know what? I'm just going to use a long inserter for this because we don't need a great deal of those. We don't need a great deal of these things in general. But you know, I'll put them in there anyway. And then it was the heavy composites. I don't know if are they on here? Well, no, that's low density structures. That's heavy assemblies. That's girders, which is the one before. No, maybe we don't have heavy composites being brought in yet. I have to do something about that. I have to check it quite carefully before I do something about it, but then I will have to do something about it at some point. If I get this, there we go. I was going to say, if I can get that inserter, that'd be nice. So I want to connect to the network, and we want to run when there are fewer than 5 of these things, because they're fairly expensive. And then over here, we want to, and that. Right, okay, so just out of curiosity, how many pipes are we going to be loading? Only loading in 50 with a long-handled inserter, and it takes 30 seconds to craft. So that's probably going to be okay, actually. I don't think I'm too bothered about that. It occurs to me that I've not actually got the things over here yet. So you're not supposed to be Cameron Collins. You are supposed to be nanomaterial drop. Thank you, Small Fry. Yeah, it has been a while. We've certainly been playing this for. Can anyone remember when we started? Don't worry about looking it up if you can't. It's just sort of an idle curiosity. But
I want to say it was the start of the year. I might be wrong on that.
You might be wrong. You might be right. I don't know.
I'm actually going to look it up because I'm curious.
Yeah, it's been a while, but I mean it hasn't been an obscene amount. Actually, let's program these. Might as well. It hasn't been.
2022.
August 22, did you say?
Yep.
Oh wow. Okay. Yep.
Okay,
Longer than
so
I
it's been a year and a quarter. There we go. Hopefully that's fixed the audio desync. Oh, well done. Oh, that was an actual guess, not a look-up, Johan. Well, in that case, I'm very impressed. Well done. So let's connect that to there, and we want to enable when nanomaterials get less than... A train load is 5,000, isn't it? So let's say when it gets less than 1,000, then train can bring over another 5k. It seems reasonable. And now I need a train, so that means down here I can. Hey, someone's rebuilt the trains along here, and it was, who have I got to thank for that? It was me. Okay, well done, me. I'm very proud of me. Oh, you've looked it up so many times before, you already know. Okay, fair enough. No.
Yep. If you remember the 35 second long teaser trailer that you put out for it, that was on the 1st of August, 2022.
Ah.
I just looked at the Discord threads where we say what we did and scroll back to the first one.
Yeah, but that's boring.
Did I not name that station? What did I call this station? Yeah, I did call it nanomaterial drop. Why did that not show up in the search? I don't know. Train. Go to... Did I misspell it? MN... Is it not linked into the train system? No, it's linked in. Oh, no, it's not. This turnaround, we need another turnaround up here. Like that. There we go. Oh, you started your SC run at the same time, so that's how it makes it easy to remember. That's fair enough. That would make it a lot easier to remember. Alright, so at least since I know I've named it properly, I can come in here, I can find nanomaterial drop in this list. So go to nanomaterial pick up until full, go to nanomaterial drop until empty, and off you go. And let's put in another train so I can be I can be proud of myself again next time I want to train for something. There we go. Okay, so train will come along here, like I think it's this train. It'll loop round the elevator like this, which is a slight Nope, that was not my train. It's gone down the elevator. maybe it's this one. They all have to loop around the there we go. They have to loop around the elevator so as not to interrupt cross traffic. So that then comes down here. It'll pull into the station here. Yes, we are going for both of the victories. We want to do both the spaceship victory and the science victory, or the archaeological, the Indiana Jones victory, because some of us, myself, Tristan, and Mark, have all played 0.5, and we all did the spaceship victory. Mike has not, and which is why we wanted to do the archaeological victory as well, because we haven't done it before.
I'm along for the ride.
Yeah. Sorry, Tristan.
I assume we'll just assign him the spaceship design then, because we go, yeah, it's fine.
Yeah, probably. I think we've already threatened to assign him Arcosphere folding.
Yeah.
Yep. I'm very much the dog along for the ride in this playthrough. You know, the other three are all sat there, you know, looking forward to playing with their phones or whatever. I got my head stuck out the window going, "Oh, really?"
Wow, you got so excited you cut out.
Interestingly, I was making excited noises, and Discord just went no.
Yeah, I've noticed that. If I start whistling, Discord cuts it out as well, which is quite sensible. Yes, we have graciously volunteered Mike to take away the joy of Arcospheres from us. Oh, Talos is going to get a coronal mass ejection in 22 minutes. I'm just going to have a quick look at it. I mean, I'm sure. I think Mike. No, the other one. I think Mark set up this planet, so it's bound to be. Oh yeah. In fact, as soon as I opened it, it was on the point where the coronal mass ejection protection is already. So I clearly looked at that last time. So that's absolutely fine. I'm not worried about Talos. So over here, what's going on? Oh, here comes the train. Here's the nanomaterials. And unloading. Solve Arcosphere folding without bots. Yeah, I did use bots. Well, I solved I didn't use any bots for the folding and balancing, But then I did use bots for taking them out to where they were needed, because there's so few of them. I didn't want to have, or they're so expensive individually. I didn't want to have hundreds and hundreds of Arcospheres jammed up on sitting on a belt on the going over to something. So,
as a note, the Agnea area in orbit, it is backed up on vulcanite blocks now, so junk is not being unloaded because there's too many vulcanite blocks in that warehouse. Right.
Okay.
Which is fine. But do we need to start requesting an amount of vulcanite blocks as well as an amount of?
Yes, because otherwise you will have a backup and deadlock issue. Well, not a deadlock issue, but a backup issue.
Yeah, potentially. Yeah, it's not a bad idea actually. Yeah. Okay, I'll set that up.
Okay, well, there's a couple of pylons you can use.
Thank you. I'd probably gone hoppity skippity along a belt if I'd needed to, but yeah, that works too. The vulcanite cubes have run out in two of the warehouses. There's only another 1,000 left in the other one, so.
Okay, yeah.
That's. Oh, why is this is jerking because it's taking it out to go. There's another planet somewhere that's requesting it. Don't know which one, but yeah. Okay. So yeah, I think we will. This will probably tidy itself up, but yeah, I agree. It is sort of a little bit messy.
The question is how much vulcanite request. It may be another place where it's add another warehouse, just to increase the buffer size. Available.
Potentially, yeah.
Request a warehouse and a half or something. When you've got 3 warehouses that can store it.
Yeah. Okay, the spaceship is filling up. Typically, it is filling up with cubes by the inserters have decided that putting vulcanite cubes in is more useful than putting in vulcanite enriched vulcanite. But there's still quite a lot in there, actually. Actually, 19,000 is only for
as long as it
stacks.
So if it puts all of the enriched and all of the cubes in, it doesn't actually matter what order because you've got to wait for the last one to go in anyway.
Yeah, but it won't necessarily put all of it in because if there's trains coming up and dropping more off, which there aren't actually, interestingly. It is there is a train. There is a train filling up. Where's the other train? Maybe it's in the elevator. Yeah, there's a train here that is mostly enriched. There's a little bit of cube as well. Ah, yes. we're getting cube through from the other processing systems now because all of the because we're running low on it, running low on cubes in general, because all of the enriched is being turned into all of the stuff that's coming in from core processing is being turned into enriched, and we're shipping that over.
Do you want to have a thing that converts signals of enriched into blocks? So it just the non-cores are just thinking, how much enriched ore blocks?
Yeah.
How many enriched ore blocks are there?
Yeah, I think that's a good idea. So looking at where it's connected to what. So it's all these. They go into this. So
you can just do that basically anywhere on the chain.
Yeah, I'm just looking at looking at what we've got. So at the moment we've got 18. At the moment we've got a massive negative number of enriched though.
Oh, so that's including what's requested from Norvis then.
Yeah, because all the signals have got sort of merged together. To be fair, there is a lot of enriched and a lot of cube coming through at the moment. So maybe it's fine.
Yeah, maybe.
Maybe.
The other sort of related fun fact
Why have you
is...
stopped loading the spaceship? It's not full. Oh,
I
it's
may
full
as
enough.
well... If I was going to be clever about it, I would listen into the Agnea signal, say what it's requesting, and have Kothar request the same. Because if I request, double, then the Kothar ship's just got to wait for 2 round trips to the Agnea ship. And okay, yes, you could do the 4-to-3 ratio and so on, where the Kothar ship's does 3
no.
at the time it takes Agnaia to do 4 and so on.
No, I
No,
think
because when you request it to the Kothar, it loads the Kothar system, which includes the Kothar ship. But so if you got 10k available now, because you're requesting 10k,
Yeah, I'm talking assuming it all gets pulled through in
it
reasonable
has
time.
been. So as soon as your ship arrives back, it will be loaded with 10k,
Yep, and it'll fly off.
even
again.
if there was no other supply from Agnaia.
Well, if
then
there's no other supply from Agnaia, then you have no buffer. So the Kothar ship arrives and there's nothing there to load.
No, because it has 10k set aside for Kothar at the moment in these warehouses, because Kothar currently wants 10k.
Just parking. There we go.
So when the
I saw a yellow ship
Kothar-
highlight appear, and it's very strange.
Yeah. So it's got 10k right now, but it didn't have sort of.
So when
15
the
minutes ago
Kothar ship
because-
arrives, it will take that 10k
Yeah,
and
yeah.
will set off, and another 10k will start being loaded.
Yeah, that's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is when there was nothing here, nothing here, nothing here, the Kothar ship arrived and then just started going, oh, I've got nothing.
Yeah, but if there's no enriched vulcanite for you to take away, there's no point in the ship going, because if it turns up without any enriched vulcanite, Kothar's going to say, "What am I supposed to do with this?"
So if Kothar then says I want 20k and there's nothing in there, the Agnaia ship arrives with 10k in it, hands it all over. Kothar goes, thanks, I'm half full, and then waits. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, but these are
Yes,
all
but
these are
what's
numbers
the
that we
point
set
in leaving it that
manually,
way?
so you don't need to try and do anything too clever with it.
Yeah. Oh yeah. I'm not bothering. Just say set it to the same. It'll be fine. But yeah. There we go. Delicious, delicious vulcanite. I say delicious,
Of
delicious.
both shapes.
Please don't eat. Not healthy.
Forbidden candy.
Yes.
I
The
mean,
reason I
they're sort of
only eat organic
gobstopperish.
food is because eating rocks is bad for your teeth.
Mm.
That's a joke about organic versus inorganic chemistry.
Yes, I think I certainly understood it. I just didn't want to acknowledge it with a laugh.
Yeah, fair.
I don't want to encourage you too much. How are we doing up here? What? Oh yeah, I remember. I was missing. I got basically there with the heat exchangers, but I haven't got heavy composites. So my next thing was supposed to be making sure that we don't have heavy composites somewhere else on the bus, and they just haven't been fed up there yet. Because if I bring them up a second time, then I shall feel very, very silly. Actually, no, I won't. I'll get down there and I'll start trying to bring them up, and I'll go, hang on a minute, they're already being fed into the train, but they're not being fed into the train. So I will set that to bring them up. So. That bit down here that I was setting up to be a tree is actually going to be heavy composites, so we'll do that and get rid of the tree, and then down here we'll say we don't want you to pass through heavy composites, so we'll say that's minus 10 million. And then they'll come up here, and then they will go out along this belt over here and be somehow shenaniganed up into the rest of the system. And this is what I was carefully avoiding with the other thing. What was the other thing I was bringing up? Yeah, this is what I was trying to avoid with the nanomaterials, and why I punched them through a gap in the solar up here, because this is getting a little bit tight. I think there is room for one more belt to come up through here, though, so we're not completely doomed yet. Ha! Yes, this is very, very different, Small Fry. You're certainly not wrong there. This is very, very different to the base game. I would say you probably want to have finished the base game a couple of times and built up a reasonable sized base and watched all of my videos on various different things like making circuits and that sort of thing.
That was a subtle plug for you.
Subtle? Me? Surely not.
I know. I was surprised as well.
And then so once you've got yourself comfortable with the circuit network and building on scale and how to use trains and probably LTN and all that sort of stuff, then you can start thinking about potentially starting a space exploration run. I think it's quite a good way to continue on from vanilla, but there are a few things you need to be comfortable with doing basically all of Factorio, all of vanilla before you then move on to the more advanced stuff, basically. So you'd say space exploration not friendly? It's hard for me to judge because I've played so much Factorio that I can't really remember what it was like to be a beginner. The question is, what is a good one to start with then? If you're, what is your sort of my first total conversion? And my first total conversion was Angel Bob's, and I don't really recommend that. I mean, I made it through, but it was definitely a bit of a jump in at the deep end, which is probably why I'm thinking SE isn't actually that bad, because I'm comparing it to Angel Bob's. So Peanut Gallery, what do you think would be a good mod to start playing with?
That depends on what you want from your gaming experience.
That's fair.
So-
There must be an
very
objective right
contentious.
answer.
If you want Factorio, if you've played vanilla Factorio and enjoyed it, but you want more and you want it to be a bit harder, what's a good first major total conversion mod?
I'm thinking Krastorio.
Okay, Yukito says just angels. I think I would disagree there simply because of Angels Petrochem. Fork says
Anaconodons.
Fork is also suggesting Krastorio. So yeah, there may be something. I don't really have a feel for what just Krastorio is like because I've only ever played it with space exploration.
My impression is it'll be entirely Norvis based, which is probably what you want for the
That's fair.
first time.
Yeah, so it's,
Faustus
it's
says
giving
vanilla, then K2, then SE are sort of getting working through it, and then presumably K2 SE or maybe something completely different.
The other option is vanilla with a load of quality of life mods
That's
to get used to
true,
mods
yeah.
that do things that make modifications. So you start playing with LTN.
Yeah, that's a thought. Yeah, you could do vanilla recipes, but as Tristan says, things like LTN and I want to put in a joiner on the spell. And then a few things like LTN and whatnot to make things a little bit more to get you used to things.
Turns out people do things weirdly because they're modders and
Yeah.
That's a fair suggestion.
So the other one we haven't mentioned is Industrial Revolution.
I haven't recommended it, so I probably wouldn't really recommend it.
It's not your sort of thing, and that's fine. So Industrial Revolution, there's the Steam phase, which is very different. But other than that,
The Steam phase I quite enjoyed.
Yeah, it's all right. It's all right. It has that, but then after that, it's basically just longer production chains of everything.
Yeah, that I didn't enjoy so much. I found there were just too many intermediates, and that got a little bit frustrating.
But it's encouraging you to build at scale, and there are no really new concepts.
I think I personally I think I agree with Tristan's suggestion, which is start off with trying to make yourself some form of mega base. So something that's just set yourself a science per minute goal of something quite high but sort of achievable.
Yeah.
Or maybe just keep increasing it as you can continue as you achieve each one, and try and get up to a base that's producing science at some sort of ludicrous rate. Whilst using mods like LTN and I don't know, ask me on Discord and I'll come up with suggestions. Because that way you've got the increased complexity. You've got the added difficulty of trying to build a much bigger vanilla style setup. And also, as Tristan was saying, it gets you used to the mods to an extent as well. So yeah, I think that makes quite a bit of sense.
I can get behind that as well. I mean, just sort of having to think whilst you're talking, I was trying to think of which mods am I aware of that add different challenges. The only one I can actually think of is Warptorio.
I think I'd say space exploration does as well. The whole interplanetary logistics stuff.
Okay, yeah, that's a good point.
Is definitely an extra addition in there. And arcospheres are completely different to everything, but that's so late game that sort of bringing it up as a recommendation to try it is probably silly.
Yeah, my understanding of arcospheres is that they are, yes, late game, but they're also a relatively small part of the grand scheme of things.
Yes, also true.
I presume you must have them. You can't complete without them, but
yeah, that's pretty much how I felt, Johan, about Industrial Revolution 2. I haven't played 3, but yeah, with 2, it just felt the production change just got a bit too fiddly. There was just too much required to actually make anything. So that's why I personally would lean away from that. Krastorio, isn't that the one that's designed for running where you run each different planet in inverted commas on a different computer, and you can send trains between them or something. Oh, Factorissimo. That's a good point. I've never played that. That's an interesting. That will bring in quite a lot of different stuff. Yes.
Yeah, Factorissimo, as I understand it, you effectively build mini factories within buildings.
Yes.
And then you copy and paste that building down, and it's got the whole mini factory still inside.
Yes, I think so. Yeah.
So it's like vanilla towns, but all in one building. If that makes sense. It's in the town system where you say, I'm going to have 5 stop stations for the sake of argument to drop off all the necessary inputs. It's going to do all the processing and spit out whatever is at the end. Yeah. Yes. Space exploration has multi-service logistics. You could make the same case for Factorissimo. Krastorio, I've genuinely never heard of.
Krastorio is for clusters. I think the idea is that it's a bit like space exploration, except I think it by default is only vanilla recipes, but each different planet can run on a different computer.
So it's the same thing with multi-core logistics, basically.
Yeah,
there's a multi-service logistics.
Yeah,
so
kind of. Yeah.
So that's the same challenge. So it's all about multi-service logistics. Warptorio, I actually genuinely really liked the admittedly very short chunk that I played with you the other day, because it's a lot more land get in, get out. I mean, if you play space exploration, you see it as like the background loading screens. This sort of drop a ship onto a hostile planet. Towards the back,
yeah, that's true. It is a bit like that, isn't it? Yes.
Yeah. That is the definition of Warptorio, whereas in SC, you don't do that. Ever. There is no reason to not either land somewhere else, or, if it's high enough threat, nuke it from orbit.
Yeah, and I'm really enjoying playing Warptorio because it's it's such a change of pace from playing space exploration. It's nice doing something that's so completely different. I'm really enjoying it. Can definitely recommend that. It's very different. Sorry. Oh yeah, yes. It seems to be best in multiplayer. Yeah, so make sure you're a channel supporter and you can come and join us. It's
C block. I see Yukito mentioning it.
C block is Angel. C block, as far as I haven't played C block. Actually, that's not quite true. I played a little bit of C block back when I didn't really know what I was doing. But I feel like C block is Angel Bobs with extra weighting.
So yeah, my understanding of C block is that it's basically Bob's Petrochem. Is it Bob's or is it Angel's Petrochem? Whichever one does the petrochemical stuff.
Angel's Petrochem. But yeah, it's Angel Bob's, but with as Laurence said, you've got to wait more because you've got to wait for everything to be pumped up and processed out of water.
Yeah, which
and I feel
on the one hand, I get.
I feel like
less combat, so Laurence would like it.
I feel like I feel like Factorio is a game you should not be AFKing. If you're AFKing Factorio, I feel something has gone wrong, because you should always be able to go off and build another machine or another mine or another something to try and get things running more quickly. If you're AFKing Factorio, something is wrong, in my opinion.
Absolutely. Yeah. No, I'm very much inclined to agree with that. Placing something.
I think from what I gather, at least certainly early on, I gather that C block is a lot of waiting to produce enough stuff.
I suspect once you get past the early game, which may be quite a while because it's a fairly long one because it's Angel Bob's, then
it probably does improve. Yeah.
But
that's saying, it gets good after 500 hours. Isn't a great
no, it's not.
Point.
It's not exactly the best endorsement, is it? But C block is you have to really like the grind. As I understand, I've never played it. Just the descriptions of it make me think that I would not enjoy it.
Well, yeah, Yukito is saying it turns the speed up to 50 times for the first while, because as you say, you even need to produce the land you want to build on, and at least in space exploration, if you're not producing your land fast enough, then it just means you need to go back earlier and make more steel production, more low density structure production, more this, that, and the other, more, and so yeah, that's a little bit different. Whereas, I've not, as I say, I've not played C Block properly, and it was a very long time ago that I played it improperly. But I don't think it would really appeal.
Yeah, and for pure grind, Minecraft, as it sounds, you can make vanilla farms, modded farms, whatever, and either sit around doing nothing AFKing, or you can be doing other things whilst your farm produces quietly nearby.
Yeah.
No, I appreciate it's not everyone's thing. I get that. That's fine. That's you're
Yeah,
allowed to be wrong.
that's fair. I mean, I guess yes. Some of the stuff I've been doing, I've been waiting for the Agnair ships to come through, and while I was waiting for that, I went off and gave the nanomaterial a poke and things like that, and vice versa. But yeah, there's always been something I need to do. Oh, you got Fork thinking about Minecraft again as well. Have you got another random suggestion, Yukito? I'll be interested to hear. Transport drones and mining drones. Are they? How do they differ from bots? Are they not just big, slow bots? I haven't used them because as you probably noticed, I tend to play on a very, very bot-light kind of way. There's a belt the wrong way around here. Let's fix that.
Sort of see that as an interesting challenge. Saying, you know what, I'm going to use no belts or minimum belts, and I'm going to have everything. Yeah, okay, your
just do everything with bots.
Base layout is no longer your complexity.
Oh, roads. Okay, interesting. That sort of drones, right? Yeah, that sort of transport drones.
Right. Okay. Yeah, that could be a lot more interesting. You got to build a highway.
Especially if they sort of collide with each other and stuff like that.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean it's
different again.
Well,
so yeah.
What's really interesting is that the core gameplay of Factorio is the same with everything we've been talking about, all those different mods. It's still place down building, have inserters or loaders, or basically inserters.
Yeah, put stuff in and out of the buildings, transport it to somewhere else, make it into other things. But then that's every factory game. So
yes. But the core gameplay is literally put down. If you go to Satisfactory, you've got a 3D element to think about as well.
Yeah,
and that does change it up a bit. Not.
Oh, it does. Yes, definitely.
Not sort of more than everything, but it's not quite the same from that point of view.
Oh, agreed, and that's why it's been interesting to play Satisfactory and to play Foundry, because yes, it puts a slightly different twist on the game that we are all so very, very familiar with. I have to admit, I think Foundry. I actually like the Minecraftiness of Foundry because it's avoided the bit of Minecraft that I don't like so much, or at least I think it potentially has. But it's got the Minecraft world, which I think it's got the potential to be very, very interesting, especially once you start trying to build deeper underground mining areas and that sort of thing. So I honestly do think Foundry's got quite a lot of potential. We'll see. We'll see what happens when it comes out. I should probably look at Astroneer again at some point as well. Come to think of it. But yeah, I think that takes the parts of Minecraft that are interesting to me, and the parts of Factorio that are interesting to me, and puts the two of them together. So I think there's definite potential there.
Yeah, it's
5 minutes till Talos gets turns its umbrella light on.
Yeah.
Coronal mass ejections aren't very exciting when you can protect against them properly, are they? That's going to take a while to get up here. Oh, I'm going to need another.
Does that regenerate the power from the coronal mass ejection to defend from the coronal mass ejection?
That would be really cool.
Yeah. I mean, that's... In fairness, I was thinking about this with my SE game because, occasionally with the kids I get distracted when I'm doing something. One's crying, one's being sick or whatever.
Sometimes at the same time.
If I forget to pause the game, I'm effectively AFKing for an unknown amount of time.
True. Yeah.
Do
things fall apart very often?
No.
Okay.
Well, not yet anyway.
Nanomaterials.
In fairness, I have reloaded the autosave a couple of times and said, no, I'm just sitting around for 20 minutes isn't cool. I've turned biters off because I didn't want that particular thing. I'm trying to basically speedrun the Speedrun is definitely the wrong word. I'm trying to quickly get through the actual.
Yeah, no, that makes sense.
And I don't have time to.
Yeah, it's sort of
Deal with
it's not a
matters
proper
of
Factorio run in inverted commas, but then who cares? It's you know
Yeah.
it's the old nobody cares if you cheat in a single player game sort of thing.
Yeah, exactly, and
And given what
but I
you're
was sort of,
doing it for, yeah, it makes sense.
and one of the things I was thinking is, if I had coal mining producing my meteorite defense, then I could AFK and it wouldn't matter.
Yeah,
Assuming you're on solar or nuclear or.
Yes,
something.
assuming I got a renewable power source or something. But yeah, exactly.
Or coal from.
core
your-
mining, yeah, or coal and uranium from core mining. Yeah, that's all you need.
Yeah, if I power everything off that, then I can just leave the game running and it'll play itself.
Yeah.
That is different. Very different to the base game.
True, yes, in the
Where-
base game. Well, in the base game, you get to a
Well, there's
point
no
where you've got
stress
so
on
much
them
productivity module, and you've moved so far out that the mines are so big, and you've got such a high mining productivity level that you can certainly AFK for a long time in the base game once you've got really end game.
Yeah.
But yeah, I do agree with what you're saying to an extent. Where are these superconductive cables coming from? Not it really
They're being
matters because
made
they're all
from
going to be.
bus.
Oh yeah, so they are. Okay, well they're all going to be made. They're all being made in space, so it kind of doesn't matter. I don't know if it may not be worth bringing more over from where I'm making them because I'm not really making them. I haven't really started making them en masse properly, so yeah, I'm happy.
We should now no longer be using up all the methane, just burning off the methane gas.
Oh, good.
What planet is this? Big Rid.
Okay, oh, you've got cryonite being passed in there now. Have
Yeah.
You? Cool. Oh, that's just started running, of course.
Mark's run out of blue belts.
Oh no. Have to borrow
line
some
is
from
just-
one of the things, some of the areas, one of the things that only been made in very small quantities.
This is the supply of sulfur for the sulfuric acid for the.
Oh, okay,
Right,
that's probably
slash
all right then.
for the
That's all right.
methane.
That got right. So I've got superconductor cable, got holmium solenoids, got nanomaterial, got heavy assemblies there on that belt too. Got lattice pressure vessels because they're on this belt as well. Got the pipes 'cause they're coming up here, and I've got the heat shielding because they're already in there. Great. Yeah, Astroneer felt like it didn't feel finished when I played it, which is fair because it wasn't. I did play it when it was in early access, so it wasn't even they weren't claiming it was finished or anything like that. So that's fair enough and stuff. But yeah, it was there was a lot of stuff that I wanted to automate but couldn't. Now whether that's because it's not that sort of game, TM, or whether it's because whether it's just because it was too early access and they hadn't finished all that stuff off, I'm not quite sure. Self-expanding factories. Oh yeah, self-expanding factories are a thing. There's a mod for what was it? The recursive blueprints. That's the one. I didn't actually finish Astroneer. I think I got distracted by something else. Probably lots and lots of Factorio and wanting to stream something that people would actually watch. Although I've got more people who will watch me for my sake rather than for the specific game that I play now. So it probably do slightly better.
And voluntary organisations do exist to help rehabilitate those people.
Space exploration speedrun, oh god.
Yeah, speed run, only 500 hours.
Can you imagine?
If it's just space exploration, then you might be able to do
You
it
might
less
do it
than
in
500.
300?
Yeah, let's not and say we did.
Yeah, it's if you do that for 6 hours a day, every single day, that's, nearly 2 months. 50
I'm happy
days.
for us to say that this is our speedrun attempt for
Yeah.
K2SE. I'm not going to do a better one.
Not until 0.7 comes out, anyway. Yeah, the building on a sphere thing was interesting in Dyson Sphere program, but at least that automated everything properly. Right, oh, good news! I have now made both of the things to finish off Mark's ship, so let's dock it. I don't know where to dock it at this point.
Somewhere where you can provide it with fuel.
Yeah, I'm
You
going to
cut
move his
paste
poem.
the-
I'm moving his poem up a little bit. There we go. Yeah, I'll park it in next to the, basically with all of the other personal spaceships, because these are this is going to be a personal spaceship. No, Mike never tried Pi. It was Mark who was playing Pi. Although, given that I apparently struggle with the two names, I can't be too rude to you there. Yeah, Dyson Sphere program. Yes, I think I needed. It was a learning process for me doing the sphere construction in Dyson Sphere program. But I got there, and it was a challenge, but yeah, it was fun. I did enjoy that one. Anchor. So put you down here like this. This is going to need a water supply as well, so I'm going to need to run up another pipe. But it's not going to need the rocket fuel though, so that's fine.
CME is hitting Talos.
It's more than just the same first letter, but yes.
Yep, there is a blue light on Talos.
Oh yes. All right, let's have a look at that.
Do you want the screenshot for the video?
Yeah, I can't find Talos.
Oh yeah, I've got a screenshot for you. I'll dump it in Discord for you. And if that's not in the video, I will be disappointed.
Yay! It's a blue light. Woo! How the steam? None of the steam turbines have kicked in. We actually don't need the emergency power system. It's just pulling it all out of the solar panels.
Have you looked at the 6.8 gigawatts of power that Talos can produce? The peak of this is 1.03 gigawatts. This is a waste. What is this? Deconstruct. It's just not worth it.
No, leave it.
I'm not actually going to deconstruct that.
Yeah, leave it in there, because there's bound to be some point in the future where we end up using 6.7 gigawatts for production of naquium. No, not naquium. Immersium, and then we don't have the emergency headroom for it. But yeah, this is kind of comical.
We have ages of not needing it, and so the power cuts out.
Oh yeah, also possible.
So this should really be up in space, at which point it's probably fine.
Yeah, almost certainly.
Yeah, I'm looking at the 250-hour chart here. The highest we ever needed is 1.4 gigawatts, and we've got 6.8 production. Who over-engineered this? Because only a lunatic would over-engineer things.
I wonder if this is going to give us...
It's a combination of me and Mark.
Yeah, I'm not surprised it's excessive then. Okay, so yeah, the umbrella defense got up to needing a maximum of almost 670 megawatts. Which, I mean, that's taken us up to... That set a new record. We temporarily briefly needed 1.5 gigawatts in order to keep that running. So that is a new personal best. Oh no, it's not. There's a briefing.
Where are all the solar panels for this? Because
delivery. Yeah. At one point, the delivery cannons meant we were using 1.5 gigawatts about 48 hours ago.
Yeah, no, I know they're in orbit, but there's only... There's 1.7k of them.
Is Talos fairly close to the sun?
No.
Oh.
It's further out than... It's between the two asteroid belts.
Okay.
Yes, penultimate distance.
Well,
yeah.
Apparently the 1,700 of them can produce 6.8 gigawatts. That's all I know.
Yeah, that
coronal mass ejection was 6 gigawatts. Wow. Do you mean
steam turbines?
Ah, right. Okay.
Oh, right. Okay, yeah.
So 2.9 per by 1.7. Where's my calculator? 9 by
1.5, not 2.9.
I assume that's because it's only producing half power?
Yes, it only produces half power because it's in space. There is a balancing effect there.
As in, so it tells you what it could produce, then only ever does half?
I believe so.
That would imply that it's producing, from the green bar, which I honestly pay limited attention to, a lot, basically.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Let's try that again. Okay, 1.5
There's some
times...
precision for us.
Yeah, so it's 2.5 gigawatts available from solar panels. Fair enough. Yeah, I can live with that. That makes sense.
So that's not quite so ridiculous then.
It's only 2.5 gigawatts from solar panels, but that's still a heck of a lot.
It's a lot.
But it's only
only triple.
Right,
no, it's less than
steam
double.
turbines. There you are.
We've peaked at 1.5. So
Oh no, I'm not including the CME defense.
all right.
There's a nuclear reactor which has got 420 steam turbines attached to it, which is why it's got such a high potential output.
Yeah. Okay.
Come on.
Spaceship. Yeah. Okay, so we need to feed ion stream in. So we need to stream the ion stream in here, and we put water. Where do we put? Where's water put? No, wait, that's water being put in. I think. Yes, that's water being put in there. Oh, I see. Water in there, ion stream in there. Okay, fine. All the same on the other side. Right. So, next I need. Where do we have a supply of water in this? Oh, here's a supply of water. Okay, we'll tap off this belt then. This belt. This is a pipe, Laurence. We'll tap off this pipe. Where's a good place to bring it up? Probably just up that same place as where everything else goes. To be honest, like here, and then yeah, bring it up here and across. Okay, we'll do that. So that means I need to take you out, and then put in. I don't know where one pipe ends and the other. Oh, no, there it is. Right, so put that there, and then shove in a 9er across here, and a 5 to fill in the gap. And oh no, then we go with the long ones up here, don't we? So doot, doot, doot. That's fitting in quite nicely. Happy with this so far. Then the tricky bit is going to be along here, but I think if I I'm going to move that pylon. No, I'm not. I'm going to run the pipe along. This is horrible. There's too much stuff up the middle of here. I think going along at this height makes the most sense, because then we can underground pipe under all these things without tripping up on these rocket fuel pipes. So that can go under there. No. Under there like that. There we go. Okay, Jazzy. Well, thanks for joining, and we'll see you next week. Or yeah, well, actually, the next stream is going to be next week. But you are very obviously welcome to come along to the one we're playing Satisfactory stream on Tuesday. Yes, Tuesday as well. So maybe see you then. 7. Yes, 7. Can I get an underground all the way through there? Yes, nice. Then we run into this massive supercharger that someone's put in here. Squeak under there. This is a little bit fiddly, which is why I've stopped talking. Apologies for that.
That's quite alright. I was enjoying it.
Oh, I've got there already. I need to pull that out, do that. Then I can have a pipe loop down like that, and then go underneath. Yeah, it's a good point. The supercharger should be a lot bigger, shouldn't it? If it's got enough, with all of these USB-C ports around here for the bots to plug into, and this one can only manage 4. But I guess it's just they've been taught to fly a bit closer together or something. Why am I doing that? Let's not do that. Let's do that. Put that in there, and then I can just do that bit of it. No, that's wrong. That's the water pipe. Let's put the correct one in there. So that's 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. No. That's going to be 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, put in a 3 there at least. Actually, I should put in. No, there's a pump on the inside of the ship. That'll be fine. That'll slope the water through nicely. There. So that's the water being brought in now. How full? Okay, I've still got a completely full pipe here. Excellent. And I'm going to need to break this pipe here. Put in a 5. It's a 5 and a 9. Fine. 9. I should put 9 and a... 5 and a 1 and a... And an overthinking this far too much. Is that too long? That's far too long. Nope. There we go. Right, so there we go. That's the... Oh, this one does want to pump, actually. Let's put a pump in there, because that's a... There doesn't seem to be a pump on the... There isn't a pump on the inside of the ship for this one, so having that in there... Having that in there to pump the ion stream in seems like a good idea. Although, actually, that said, we've obviously... Mark, obviously, when he set this up, obviously reckons we've got enough pressure on the ion stream system already from wherever it comes from. Yeah, so there's a pump over here to keep the pressure up and allow this to fill up properly. But another one along here can't hurt. Whereas the water stream, there is a pump already up here that is pushing it through until this tank gets up to a certain amount full, 22,000 apparently, which leaves enough space in it for the water to flow around. Right, I have done it. We have a personal long-range fast ship. So I should quickly put my name in it, and then make some copies of it. Can I put my name in it? I can. Excellent.
Is it worth making copies? I was assuming we're going to have one long-range one because we're not going to be...
All right, I won't write my name in it. I don't know. I mean, making copies is easy at this point because we do actually just have all of the stuff. Okay, Fork. Well, I'll catch you next time. Thanks for joining. See you later.
You could copy the relevant stuff and blueprint it so that it is then at least available if necessary. Just the ship itself.
Not sure there's any point in doing that, to be honest, because it'll always be somewhere and can be blueprinted then.
Yeah, but then it has to be found.
True. I'll take a blueprint of it with its docking space as well. Dupe like that.
I think you want to get rid of the cog and because otherwise it behaves a bit weirdly.
Yeah, that's fair. All the rest of it looks like normal stuff though.
Tiles.
Oh, thank you. Third time lucky? Nope. Fourth time lucky. Oh, why is this difficult? Tiles. No cog. Blueprint. Spaceships. That's a pretty good icon for it actually. It's an ion stream engine, an ion engine, and a heat receiver, beam receiver. It seems quite a good description. Okay, so I guess the next thing to make is essentially going to be one of our normal courier ships, but with an ion engine in it. Sorry, with a heat receiver in it.
I've got the beam transmitter heating that up again now.
Okay, thank you. It's
already
probably still at 10,000, but yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, I think the next thing is probably going to be just build a spaceship and then rip out the stuff up the middle of it in the middle of the back part of it and stick a copy of the heat system in there if it'll fit, and if it won't, then tweak it until it does. I might do this in the blueprint editor, I think, actually. So in here, oh, I see, Tristan's been busy in here. Right, so over here, from the blueprints, let's get the spaceship, thump, and the new spaceship, Thump. And right, so I want to get rid of all this nonsense in the back here. We don't need any of that stuff. That can go. We do want one of these though, and that's going to take up nearly all the space in the whole bloody thing. Right, okay. Oh, okay, that's right. Put that there because it needs to go somewhere. This then needs to go adjacent to it, so putting it here is probably going to be our best option. Or maybe down here. No, down here I think is better. No, the steam comes out the end of it, and water goes in the side. So I need full access to side and top. I want to put it... Actually, no better idea. Let's move that across one, because then I can tuck this in here, and it'll hook up to the... it hooks up to the heat pipe there, so I don't need any other sort of weird shenaniganery. Yeah, but then I'll have to put this here.
Oh, you could feed in water through the side there, if that's...
Sorry?
I was assuming you were going to be feeding water in on the left-hand side, but you don't have to.
No, probably not with the way I've designed this so far. I mean, I may end up just mirroring the whole thing at some point, but at the moment, no. Right, then
It's 10:30, so it's time for me to go to bed. Thanks for the game, guys.
Okay.
And I'll catch you later.
Yep, see you later.
Night, chat.
Thanks. Have
Bye
fun.
all.
Good sleeps.
Bye. Bye.
There. And that's there. Or I could wait for Mark to come back and make it. Da-da. Da. Let's put that on the other side so the system actually works. Because then I can link those two together like that. That like that. Then we have the water pipe. I mean, the water pipe then goes through the middle of here. But where do we put the spare? Where do we put the extra water tanks? Okay, Johan. Well, again, thanks for joining. I hope you've enjoyed the stream, and we'll catch you another time. So I can fit one water tank in down there. The pipe running down like that. And that also allows for an inlet there, but that relies on the outside system controlling the amount of water that's put in. But I mean, it's not too bad. It has fitted it. I fitted it all in the same space, which was my objective. All right, Madman. Well, everyone's leaving now. Don't worry. We'll be here for another half an hour or maybe an hour, depending on how. Oh, just one more thing we get about the whole lot. So we'll be here a little bit longer. There's room for something up here. I could take out more of these accumulators as well, if that would help. It'd be quite nice to put more engines across the back, but I think actually maybe that doesn't matter. We'll just if we're not getting enough stuff through, then we just have more of these ships until we've got enough throughput. Water intake here. We've got the usual ion stream intake from either side down here. Just need to hook this up. We'll have to hook this up to the signals going out through the clamp, so that we know when to stop pushing water in. I would like to have slightly more control over the water that's being brought into the system, as in have it controlled from on board the ship, and also potentially have
different size tank.
I could, but I feel like I want the tank to be as big as possible. I want a decent amount of storage space for the water. I could put a steam tank in up here to store more, but then that's just going to get confusing and make it difficult. And then we're probably going to get a water overrun, so I'm not going to do that, because that will just lead to trouble.
The large storage tanks from K2 are also 3x3. They just have the connections on the middle.
That would be slightly harder, slightly worse, given where it is at the moment. Are they the same capacity?
I don't know.
Okay, let's have a look then.
I know where one is on Norvis.
50k. Oh, it's twice as big. If it's three, the large storage tank, you say. It's 3x3,
Yeah.
and it has a capacity of 50,000. Okay, that's kind of worth trying to squeeze in. Although I'm not sure where and
It's
how.
weird, but you could store it as steam.
Keep putting water in. Oh, you mean so you put water into the pipes until the steam tank is full?
Yeah.
That is a possibility. It's a weird possibility, as you say, but it's certainly a possibility. And it would allow me to have the pump on the inside and therefore make the thing a little bit more self-contained, which is nice.
I think tanks cost you double the what's name if they have steam in them. The stress.
I don't think that's a problem anymore because we've done
Probably not.
sufficient research. Oh. I appear to have removed the computer. That's weird. I mean, I know where I assume it would be. Yeah, I must have caught it by mistake when I removed all the other. Oh, no, it doesn't get placed because it's invalid build when on a doohickey in the blueprinter. I mean, that's fine. I'll just put it up at the north end of the ship instead of the south end of the ship, above the instead of the solar panels up in the nose.
Or instead of the accumulators, or
Well, the solar panels are more pointless, I think, given that it's going to be a deep spaceship. Although I suppose the solar panels would keep it powered when it's parked.
You mean when it's hooked into Norvis?
Yeah, quite. So that's a bit pointless. Also unnecessary.
The solar panels will allow it to limp if stuff has gone really badly wrong.
True. Even in deep space.
That's limp really slowly at that point, but
Okay, I thought there was actually zero solar energy in proper deep space.
thought it was just really painful. But
I'm not sure. I think ships do limp along very, very slowly, even if they're completely flat, completely empty.
so maybe barely faster than that.
Yeah, it's possible, yeah. I'm just optimising the pipes a little bit. There we go. That's all the optimisation I can do from that, I think.
I've done that last one differently. I'd have used the 3 and used the connection on the side of it. Doesn't make any difference, but just the way my brain would have worked for that. I'd have put it a bit
yeah,
lower.
yeah, I could have put it one lower. Yes, you're right. I could replace this bit up here above the heat exchanger with a 5, and then move the tank across 1. But I think that at that point I'm starting to hit the limits of sanity.
Yeah, that is equally that is slightly more efficient on UPS, and equal cost on what's name pipes used.
Right. Okay. There we go. Managed to get the connection through there. Ooh. Getting the connection up from the clamp area to where the computers go. Oh, I can rip out. I can pull out all the. How big is a spaceship console? Because I can probably just pull out some of these accumulators down here and put it off to the side.
Panel.
Yeah, I can move it. I can move this off to the side and put it next to the and move. If I move that Oh, that's part of the control panel. I could move the control panel over into where these 3 accumulators are, so I'll get rid of them and put them back in under here instead.
Or not bother.
I think having accumulators is quite nice to give you a bit more protection against the asteroids.
Yeah.
He's putting some more back in up in the nose area. I wonder if I should put more lasers in, actually. Let's put another laser in front and centre. There we go. Right.
It shouldn't be going any faster.
True. Yeah, that's fair point.
Aren't they less... Asteroids are less dense in outer space.
Yeah, that's true. So yeah, it's probably safe. All right, let's take a copy of that and get rid of the cogs and include the tiles and create blueprint. There we go. Heat exchanger and warehouse. It's picking some good icons actually. I'm impressed with that. Obviously, some sort of AI magic in there that's understanding how I think. Right, and so I guess I shall now actually build one of those and put it in over here in where it says template. Basically, just because I just want to. I've done all this stuff, so I think it's time to build a ship. Oh, the set clamp ID thing is getting caught on outside. It's fine if I do that. Bump. Oh no, it's complaining because of course I can't put stuff down on nothing, so it's going to put down all the spaceship floor, and then I can finish it off properly. I hope Mark will be impressed that I've built copied his design closely enough that, or I've managed to fit the long range stuff into his existing spaceship design. I'm quite pleased with that. Now it's going to be a while till the bots come over and do anything. Build that. Oh, yes, there they all are on their way over. So up here, all of this seems to now be. Yeah, this is run nicely. We've now got our supply of 6 heat exchangers apparently and 6 turbines. So that's good. That's worked well. Over here we are still full of nanomaterials, so that's sorted. I think there's not going to be an enormous amount more procrastination I can do before somebody has to go off and tackle Naquium. And I guess since you're busy with holmium and Mike is busy with iridium, it might have to be me. That's a scary thought.
I've been busy with science and
okay.
big grid and stuff, but I did the initial stuff on the holmium. I haven't done the chemical plants.
Oh, yeah, the holmium has been trundling through at a steady rate for basically the last hour anyway.
That's good. I did boost to that.
Yeah,
it's the
last 3
not
hours.
quite enough of the blue beads. Is the slight dip at the moment.
I'm amused that you and Mike are producing almost exactly the same rate of ingots, but his production is up, down, up, down, up, down, up, down. Well, it's getting better actually. The dips are getting. I was going to say actually the dips were getting smaller, but there's quite a big one over here. Let's see over here. So, okay, there is a supply of 24,000 enriched vulcanite in this warehouse now, and it's basically full. Yeah, that seems a bit sorted. Yukito says that whoever did iridium should do arcosphere production. Is that because you're a sadist and you hate Mike? Which is entirely justified, entirely an entirely valid opinion to have. But he is the newbie to space exploration. So, but yeah, we've been talking about having him doing arcosphere folding because the rest of us have already done it. And I can't think, I can't think how I'd do it different. How I'd make it sufficiently different to make it interesting, I guess, is what I'm saying. Although we might find out that K2 makes it more different than we're expecting.
And I don't expect so, but it is possible.
Yeah. No, still haven't got all the flooring put down. I want to know where the Kothar spaceship is. I think it might be in Koth orbit.
It is not on its travels at the moment.
The question is though,
You can tell by the light.
Yeah, but is it stopped there because it's having issues, or is it stopped there because? Okay, so it is 2/3 full, roughly, a bit more than 2/3 full. Is Kothar Kothing? That's true. Yeah, Mike might think of a different way to do iridium than the rest of us did. Sorry, different way to do arcosphere folding than the rest of us. We all did it a bit differently, but along the same sort of general ideas, I think. But yeah, I mean, he may well come up with some completely different way of doing it that doesn't work. I mean, that works in a very different way. No, he has run out of.
Require 10,000 arcospheres before he even starts considering it.
Probably. Okay, the Kothar has ground to a halt because it has run out. Well, I was going to say it's run out of enriched vulcanite. That's not quite true because there is a half full train. Let's send it over to unload.
And then send the spaceship off.
Well, I suppose I might as well. Just dispatch the spaceship already. It'd be nice if we could get this to the point where it'll work all by itself, but we're not there yet. Do you happen to know whether it got the full however many it's asking for?
It must have done.
It did last time, didn't it? Yes, it did get the full lot it was asking for. So it's not asking for enough then, because it hasn't managed to fill itself back up again when it got to this end.
Yeah, it's asking for 25k.
That's a warehouse. That's a full warehouse. Yeah. Okay, so it can't really ask for more than that. In fact, it can't even ask for that because it's asking for other things as well, so they won't all fit in.
There's 2 warehouses.
Oh, is there? Oh, yes. Yeah, okay. Yeah, so it's got 24, 25,000. Okay. The really, really long belts are traditionally Mark belts, not Mike belts. I understand their names are fairly similar, as I keep getting mocked for noting. Oh, yeah, that's a thought actually. Yes, adding SpaceX to vanilla would be quite a good way of sort of
encouraging megabase.
Doing megabase, but for a reason. Yeah, that's a good point. Yeah, I did because I'm a masochist. I did SpaceX on the end of Angel Bobs, which was interesting. Don't let anyone tell you otherwise. It did indeed give me something to do after I'd finished the basic thing, and encouragement to build up all the science production, all that sort of thing. Eventually, I think the part I was struggling with that one was just making enough ammonia to make enough rocket fuel to get enough rocket launches to get the I suppose it must have been rocket science packs because Angel Bobs. That was the struggle. We've got too many cores on Norvis.
Yeah, we have for an hour or so.
Recycling input is backed up. Well, 2 of the recycling inputs are backed up on Norvis.
Scrap was earlier.
Scrap has got quite a lot in it. It's flowing merrily.
Material ran, so I couldn't work out why material ran, but it did.
Probably to make more for matter science.
Probably, yeah. Okay, good. Heat shielding has caught back up again. Oh, it's ground. Why have cores ground to a halt? Oh, it must be a fluid. We have too much pyroflux.
What? Quick, use some steel. Maybe by making a spaceship or something.
Yeah, I guess we need to void it faster like we are for the mineral water. We're not expecting to turn.
Sorry, we're voiding pyroflux.
Yeah, because...
Crikey.
We're bringing loads in from other places.
True, yeah. I hope that means. We're bound to have stopped making it then in that case, because that was a massive vulcanite sink for quite a long time, turning it into pyroflux. So what are all these for? There's so much mark around it. There's just passing through and passing the negative through and passing it through times 10. What? What has Mark been doing here? The bloody hell! I don't understand.
Yeah, nor do I. I'm looking at something completely different, and I also don't understand.
He's got this signal coming in this case from Ollie Ran, And then he's got 3 of the arithmetic combinations, one of which is adding 0 onto everything. So that's splitting it off,
Turning
I guess.
it green.
Turning it green, yes. Then there's one that's multiplying it by -1, and then that's feeding it down to all of the. That's the for loading it up. Okay, and then presumably that goes to what's actually in the ship as well. And then there's another one that's multiplying everything by 10, and that's going off to the inserters on the unloaders.
So that they don't unload those things, presumably. Or they're presumably also whitelisting and looking at the contents.
Yeah.
So if you're requesting 10 vulcanite blocks, then it will unload all but 100 vulcanite blocks.
Yeah, that makes a sort of sense, I think. I'm going to do something simpler and go and point a beam emitter at a ship to warm it up, and I'm going to nick the one on the end because I think, actually no, let's have a different one. We can deal with one fewer doing Norvis. I'll set this to get that toasty.
So yeah, I'm not sure where we're getting, where we're making pyroflux if we don't have enough from cores. Because we just sort of don't seem to be making it.
I know where it's being. I think I know. Give me a second. I'll find it.
There's stuff here where it was making it, but it's not making it, and I'm avoiding fiddling with it. Because I don't want it to make it because we have plenty from cores.
Yeah, the belts are stopped unless there's they only run when there's less than 175,000 pyroflux in the system, and there is currently
in the
200.
Entire system.
Well, 8 entire system. Yeah.
So that's including the 200k there is.
I think it is just the 200k that there is wherever you're looking.
Of course, yeah, here.
Although there is a pyroflux train here that's parked in this station. It's very strange. There's a train that's parked here. It's 24. It's mostly full, but
that's fine.
Not quite full. It obviously is
train.
Fine because everything's been working, but
yeah. That's the low priority pyroflux train.
Right. Okay. So it's just sat there waiting. Yeah. Okay. All right. Sure. Yeah. It's because we've always had a little bit of pyroflux coming from elsewhere, namely from core processing. Originally, it wasn't remotely enough, and now it's far too much. But it does make me sad that we are avoiding pyroflux. But yeah, as you say, we've got too much of it. We don't know what to do with it.
Yeah, I mean, could buffer more of it.
Yeah, I mean, it'd be tricky to fit. It actually wouldn't be that tricky to fit another pipe Thompson tank and put it about here. Here, I don't know. It would go in somewhere, but yeah, if it feels wrong.
Might do that just for the sake of having a bit.
Yeah, and we've put in extra warehouses for all of the other things, so which has been sufficient. So hang on, is it still an excess of pyroflux that's stopping it? No. What's stopping it running now?
No,
it is running.
This underground belt pipe needed to be placed.
Oh, okay.
So that now it's been placed. All the what's names are running.
Right, gotcha. Yay, suddenly we've got room for all the pyroflux again.
Right, now we can wait until we have 395k before we avoid it.
So they've finished about 30 products each, and what do they fill up to? They fill up to 5... No, one...
no,
it's 50 at a time, isn't it?
I've just placed all of those.
Oh, okay.
I got rid of the one that... It was here where that underground pipe is.
Okay.
But basically, it was running at full speed.
Yeah, it just feels very, very strange to have too much pyroflux, but obviously we have, so... Oh, better connect that one to the green cable as well. Otherwise,
good point.
In fact, so that train we were just looking at is probably full now.
Oh yeah, it is.
Well, a bit more has come
Yeah.
through anyway. It's not actually full,
It's-
but
They're
it's
still running.
slightly closer.
That's 175k. It's still, the belts are still running.
Oh, now it's full. Oh, yeah. There's only 123,000.
Because the
apparently.
train came back and
Is it a bad thing having a bit of? It's not. It's not. I don't think it's that bad a thing having a bit of pyroflux buffered in these tanks over here.
no, it's mostly to not load the train. I think it's just a simple way of.
Oh, so you mean this train might now go to a pyroflux drop?
Yes, it will
Oh,
go
I
to one of the
see.
northern ones by priority because it's closer. It's fine.
Well, a train takes 100,000, so let's set that to 100,000 rather than 175,000.
I mean, you could set it to 50,000 and it'd be fine.
Well, no, because in the worst case, oh, I suppose yes, because then a train would turn up there and gradually would drain it. I was trying to think. I was trying to make sure there is always going to be a train's worth available somewhere. But actually, this doesn't mean there would be. Well, I suppose a train would turn up here and gradually fill up, and it can't start making it.
I think it's fine.
I think so.
It has been working for ages.
Oh, and on the plus side, this will put a little bit of a drain on the vulcanite to pull some of that excess we've got through.
Yeah.
Oh, balancing stuff is so hard.
So what you're saying is I should avoid all of this pyroflux.
No, possibly avoid all this vulcanite. It is not monitoring what's in the train. It's monitoring just what's in the stations. So the idea is that there should be a train's worth available in one of the stations. But the problem is that it means that the train's worth available in the two stations combined. But then when a train pulls into a station, that'll disappear, so it'll make some more, and so there will eventually be a train's worth available in that station. And no, I've gone cross-eyed. Yeah, so it's kind of a mess, but I think it'll probably work. I wonder what's going on over on Agnea, or Agnorbit. There's no spaceship here. We do have significant quantities of enriched vulcanite, but the last train or two that came up just brought normal vulcanite. So I'd say things are in a state. Might be. I don't know whether it's a good state. The ship coming from Agnea is... Oh no, it's on its way out to Agnea at the moment. With 40 barrels of pyroflux for some reason.
Well, it's taking pyroflux out to Agnorbit.
Yes. Only 40 barrels of it, so I think it just didn't empty properly for
That's
reasons. Maybe we're not checking for pyroflux barrels having all been removed because we weren't expecting them to be a...
Don't think that matters.
It just arrived and just departed. What the hell? Why is this broken? Go back to Agnorbit. I mean, I don't know why I'm watching it. It's just going to land and take off again immediately, and I'm not sure why. It picked up a small amount of stuff and then just immediately left. Landed. Okay, it stopped this time. The hell?
So it's alternating between 1 and 2 ticks.
What is? Oh, right, yeah, okay.
It needs 3.
It gets 1 tick from all these inputs being 0.
It gets 1 tick from there being at least 100 of anything in the warehouses on the left that hasn't been shipped off.
Oh, that's reading. Yeah, so that's checking whether it is actively unloading at that point in time. Sorry, where are the other ticks coming from? It's
So one from there, one from there,
Yeah.
one from there.
So greater than...
The top left one is there is stuff in the left-hand warehouses.
Okay.
The right-hand one is there is nothing in the ship that should be unloaded, which is now a tick. And the other one is the inserters aren't running, but or haven't run for an amount of time.
S is... Oh, right, yeah. Okay.
But the problem is, the right-hand one was saying, yes, tick, because there's no spaceship here. The left-hand one was saying... So actually what we want is a decider combinator on the right-hand side that interrupts that one when there's no signal of a ship being provided.
But this has worked in the past. So why did it...
I suspect it hasn't always. There is a timing issue where because the
because it only scans
launch
once a
signal-
second, yeah.
Yeah.
It's not because of our UPS levels, Ikito. It's because, or it's likely to be because, it's probably because, if it's anything, it's probably because the console scans once per second to see if it's a good idea, to see if it's getting a launch signal. So if you have something that takes one tick in order to start giving the correct signal, then when a spaceship lands, there is a 1 in 60 chance of it immediately leaving. Which I believe is why I was having problems with the spaceship trains in my previous run through, because there was a 1 in 60 chance of the spaceship taking off and cutting the train in half, and so occasionally the train would get cut in half. I think. Well, it's not so much a tick rate. It's sort of a tick rate thing because it's due to the speed it's due to the time it takes signals to propagate through a logic network, but also it's due to the ship scanning once per second rather than scanning constantly to see whether it's time to leave or not. I think that is my suspicion
Very much
and
a
assumption.
hypothesis.
Yes, definitely. As usual, the ship is being busily filled with vulcanate rather than enriched vulcanite, but never mind. It'll probably all go in. No, it won't. The ship's nearly full. Oh, there's quite a lot of enriched vulcanite has been put in it, though, so that's kind of okay, I guess.
It's impressive how out of sync they get.
Hmm.
The middle one's been stopped for a while, the bottom one's just finished, and the top one's still got another 20-odd stacks.
Yeah, I guess the top one must have taken in more vulcanite blocks.
Sand.
Or sand, yeah.
Yeah.
It is, as you say,
Yes,
weird.
there's way more vulcanite blocks. Oh,
Yeah.
supplies. So this is now inserters being smart about what they load.
Yeah, I did see that. That's a good point. Yeah, you're right.
Now it should leave. There we go.
Plib.
So it's probably also that... this combinator is powered. Which is potentially what Mark will... No, actually that's part of Mark's design. Never mind. You can't blame that. I was wondering if that was intended to not be powered, so that doesn't count.
Or if it loses power, does it get reset?
So no, that is the one that is maintaining it, presumably, because it's still got the input signal.
Oh, we're waiting for that belt to fill up.
Oh no, they've got low power. What's powering them?
That's interesting.
What's powering that combinator? Enough to have low power?
Nothing, I don't think. Maybe it's,
Why is
it's
it on low power rather than no power?
maybe it's got a little bit of electricity buffer that it hasn't quite used up yet. They're all showing that. All the unpowered combinators are
Yeah.
showing a tiny bit on their in their electricity bar. My guess is that it just gradually uses it up and runs out.
It's been sitting at that little sliver for ages.
My next question is, what's powering this one? It's this over here.
Oh no, not quite.
It's the.
Right. Yes, it is.
I might put that in slightly the wrong place then. It should have been a little bit further over to the right, but never mind.
It's mainly the inserters
Yeah,
powered.
yeah.
I thought the whole problem with combinators was they would forget stuff if you had a power cut. If you're using them as memory cells.
I don't know. I wonder how things are going on Kothar. Well, actually, no. Hang on. No, I should be looking in Norvis orbit first. See so there is now still 7,500 enriched vulcanite there. So that is a certain quantity. Kothar, what are you up to at the moment? Do you have everything?
That is 7,500 on top of what Kothar wants.
Okay, even better then. Kothar has no enriched vulcanite currently.
Presume.
But the ship has arrived
ship
and is passing a load of it through. So this train will fill up on that and rare metals and take it down. I'm not sure why I'm watching it really, to be honest. And empty. And fill up. I guess this is going to have the... If it's one... Oh, no, I was going to say, if it's about 1-to-1, then it's still probably going to be alright with the amounts coming out. I thought I saw some gaps in the belts, but no, it's rare metals, which are almost the same... When you zoomed out far enough, they're about the same colour as the belts. Sort of fill up fairly quickly. Of course, the thing about this is this train is going to have to go up and down about 3 times before it'll fill up the train down on... Or will it? Let's have a look at how big the train on Kothar is. Yeah, that train's going to have to go up and down twice. Probably more than that because of the amount of rare metals in it before it'll even fill up this train down on Kothar. Oh, Mike. So many intermediate buffers.
I assume that train goes off to just a handover station somewhere.
Yes. Well,
just to hand over to.
Yeah, it comes down to here to unload into these 5 warehouses, which then passes it on to the rest of the system. And if we're really lucky, it might get made into iridium. Oh dear.
He's loading a train with cryonite and plastic on 2 space belts. It's rather slow.
Oh yeah, yes, because cryonite stacks up to 200, doesn't it? And plastic's probably 100?
Yeah.
Yep, that's going to take a while.
I mean, there's only 100 stacks in the warehouse down at of stuff to load back into the train, so it's...
Okay, that's not so bad then.
That's a full train load. But once it's done a few shuttles quickly, it'll...
One thing we need to have a think about, it occurs to me, is how we're going to set up our deep space stations, because I know how I did it last time. I think you did it. You put a beam receiver out there, didn't you? So
power for it, yes.
For power, yes. Beyond that, let's have a look at the Naquium recipes. Hello, Mark. Yeah, we were. No, I won't say we were cursing your name. That's a bit strong. But we had a ship turned up in Agnaia orbit and then immediately departed again, which was a bit unexpected.
Oh, the first process requires an iridium plate.
So it's sulfuric acid to mine the stuff. then we can delivery cannon it, or we can, as you say, iridium. Right, okay. And that produces iridium powder as well, even better.
Okay, so the deep space place is shipping this over to Kothar, which is then shipping it over to
So that produces the crushed naquitite, which then ships it to
Feral Planet, whatever that's called.
Talos. Oh, but I'll need
Ships it over to Njord.
but I need the cation exchange beads as well. Those are currently only being made on Kothar, as far as I'm aware. So as you say, that produces.
You need the anion exchange beads.
Oh yes, no, but that makes to make cation exchange beads.
Oh, you can just send the cation exchange beads over to Njord, because they're needed there for the next step.
I noticed that
mu-
crush turns into both refined and powder. Presumably the powder can be turned into more refined. And you then need powder and refined and crystal and bio. Oh no, hang on. That's
If you
to
look at it in the normal crafting window, it's far easier because you've got a single row.
Oh yeah, that's true.
To scroll along.
Okay, yeah, let's do that. So we've got naquitite turns into crushed naquitite with iridium. Then from crushed naquitite turned into refined and powder, but also somehow turned into anion exchange beads into cation exchange beads, and it requires cryonite and beryllium hydroxide for this step. Okay. Then I see what you mean. Then the next stage takes in the vitalic acid and turns the cation exchange beads back into anion ones, and spits out some holmium. Oh, and takes in holmium cable as well. Jeez.
And powderizes it.
And powderizes it.
Maybe.
And produces sulfuric acid. What?
To make the vitalic acid.
Yeah, but no.
Yeah.
What? We're going to need to set persistent on this one and say to explain. And also, I'm noticing that there is that to make the ingots requires refined crystals and powder, and I'm sure crystals requires powder and refined, and
yeah, it needs to be done in one place.
Is there a recipe? No, yeah, but also is there a? These are not going to be in the right proportions, are they? But is this going to be some? How are we going? We're going to need to put some thought into managing the amount of. Okay, so we get. Okay, I guess
we'll just do it with splitters, but yeah, maybe.
Yeah.
Also, have a look at the plate recipe, just because it's not going to be. It's not just cutting it up.
Oh yes, it's using a bearing to press it down into the new shape, and there's a 20% chance of it getting wrecked.
1 in 20.
Yes, sorry, yes, well, that's what I meant. It is getting late. That's my excuse, and I'm sticking to it.
I mean, you converted it to a D20, so yeah, obviously thinking enough for that.
Yeah. Apparently we need telemetry to be brought down. No, we need telemetry to be brow down. Let's look at that because that's much easier.
That should just be happening. It's just
slow.
It just takes time.
Yeah. Okay. I found our coronal mass ejection backup power area on Norvis from way back when. It's another one that could probably just be ripped up, but how bad is the need for whatever it is we wanted there? Oh yeah, we have indeed run out of those, and there's some on the belt here. Yeah, it's probably fine. They're still being made in small quantities. Let's go and see if we can find them. So if we follow it back up the proverbial. There is a train here that has 800 in it. How many can you fit? Oh, you set off when there's 1,000. So as long as there's 200 on their way down on one of these trains, but they won't be on their way down in the trains. But they might be down here. I can't see any on these belts.
No,
but
it's
might all be
probably
in this
waiting
train.
for another rocket to launch.
Oh, that is also possible.
We're building another rocket or two to launch, and then repair.
Thank you. Oh yes, so we are.
Yeah, I suspect that alarm is probably. It should probably be moved further on.
However, there's a lot of that. There's a lot of them already on the belt. So, presumably the train has gone from. Yeah, the probulator drop train has maybe. What has the probulator drop train done?
No, because if it's only those launches happening from stuff that the probulated train drops off, it sort of doesn't care. It doesn't matter.
Right, but it needs to go in order
doesn't
for them to be brought down.
Yes, but it will do that automatically when we've had another launch or two.
Oh, because you mean we'll be low on something?
No, we'll tell it to just leave anyway.
Oh, okay.
So we're about to have a launch.
I've forgotten how I set this up. I think it was me who set this
didn't.
up. Oh, okay, that's why I've forgotten then. Fair enough. One thing that's a little bit concerning is having put in well, we've run out of iridium heavy thingies, but having put in a belt here, there is now no more space over on the left for things being brought up to the bus. There is a little bit of space over on the right, but that's slightly awkward to use due to proximity to stuff. So, yeah, that's...
How many do we get from a launch? 100.
Okay.
So now
we
it's
run out of
requesting.
iridium. That's not a
The train should have left.
Yes, we've run out of iridium. Joy. This train's about half full. Yeah, Mike's going to have to stop being quite so proud. Kothar orbit train is spaceship is just sitting there. Oh no, actually no, it's being loaded. The stuff has just come up the train. Spaceship is half full.
Agnaea ship has just arrived.
With about
and immediately departed.
From Norbit or from Agnaea?
Yeah, Agnaea 1. Oh no, it hadn't just.
No, that looks alright. That's that. If that's,
It's got 300.
Yeah,
I'm wondering if that's just hopping back and forth because it hasn't filled up with ion stream. I'm wondering if that has.
Mark, your spaceship's broken.
Come back to Norbit. Dropped everything off. Then just sort of.
Except 330. Except 330 enriched vulcanite.
No.
144.
No, did drop everything off. Then went back to Agnaea.
Oh, I
Did
see.
an immediate grab of a few things and come back, and then it's done the same in
It's
Norbit.
possible,
I
yeah.
don't know.
How long am I going to be staring at this for? 2 minutes. Yeah. I don't really want to stare at this for 2 minutes. Yeah, Mark, we need you to come along and come over and fix the ship for us. So going back to thinking about Naquium for a moment while I wait for this ship to fly. Given that it requires iridium to even crush the naquitite, are we going to be then just end up shipping naquitite back from the deep space area
I think so, yeah.
and then dealing with it all in Norbit?
It's either that or we're shipping crushed naquitite and iridium powder.
Which is possible. Might
that
make
gives us a
sense.
source of water out there. It's not necessarily
True.
the worst.
True.
Although, no, there's ice or patches, so
Yeah.
that is substantially less.
The next steps with the anion and cation exchange bead back and forth nonsense, and the fact it requires beryllium hydroxide and cryonite slush,
Yeah, that has to be done.
that
on
feels
the
like it's getting a bit
somewhere.
silly. Dear. It's going to be interesting. Mark suggests checking the launch conditions. We did check the launch conditions on Agnaea. We got a little bit confused, but had a vague idea what was going on. See, I'll jump to
be fair,
Agnaea.
there is a missing condition in Norbit, which is the enriched being 0.
Okay, that might be worth adding into the list then if we can
I'm
easily.
doing that.
So over here we found 3 places. We need 3 ticks to depart. We found 1 tick over here, which is watching for all of these inserters not doing anything. That seems to be okay. We have 1 tick here, which is watching for the count getting to 300, which is probably okay. Who knows? And then we have 1 here watching for there being more than 100 of stuff in these warehouses. I did turn the ship round immediately because one time when I noticed it, and so we're wondering if it's if maybe the count isn't getting reset over here or something like that, which means that the ship is arriving. If there's a 1 in 60 chance of it departing before before anything happens. Yukito says set up a small outpost on the closest planet and send everything there to process it. That sounds like a horrible idea, because it would be sending so many different things there.
I mean, basically, that ends up being Snowdrop, so there is already cryonite there.
True.
That's the only positive I can say to that.
The problem is actually the worst part of this is going to be the beryllium hydroxide, I suspect, because iridium plate is fine. That's a sort of the end product of iridium. Now, granted, there's the iridium powder which we'll need to reprocess, but other than that, that's not too bad.
That's just producing more iridium plates.
Exactly. So then there's the anion exchange and cation exchange, which will hopefully go back and forth in equivalent numbers. Cryonite slush is okay. You bring in cryonite and sulfur and iron. The beryllium hydroxide is an intermediate that we aren't shipping out from Talos because it's not needed anywhere apart from until now. Vitalic acid is something we're shipping out, so that's not so bad. Holmium cable again is made from things we're shipping out. Vitalic reagent we're shipping out. Pyroflux, methane gas. So it is the only one of those things that isn't already being shipped around at least a bit is the beryllium hydroxide. So that's going to be annoying.
And because of course it is, the beryllium powder that you get out is a later stage than the beryllium hydroxide.
Maybe we should do this on Talos then. It would mean shipping a lot of extra stuff into Talos, but I mean, it's where those two things are. But yeah, I don't know. I think some discussion is going to be required about that because that's kind of weird.
Yeah, because you need
Yeah, Mark. So Mark, I guess the thing I'm wondering is if the inserters are inactive. Yeah, the inserters are inactive for the time that's set on this timer. Then that triggers, outputs the tick, and the ship leaves. If the ship then lands, is the number on that accumulator still going to be the high enough one for it to trigger and leave immediately?
It was outputting a tick because
So
it loses power, so it stops counting.
So there's nothing to reset it. So if there's the 1 in 60 chance of the ship arriving on the point in a second where the ship scans to see if it's time to leave, then it will leave immediately because the tick is already set.
And
yes, it works this
times
time.
Out of 60, it works.
Yes, exactly. So if we think it's that race condition where if it checks at the wrong time, then it departs. The thing that I think was probably the issue with my spaceship trains getting cut in half in 0.5. It's very, very hard to prove, though, because it only breaks 1 in 60 times. So the fact that we've seen it happen twice in the last half hour or hour is unusual.
And it will sort itself out. It'll just
it'll just do a couple. It'll just do 2 unnecessary trips. So yeah, it's sort of, yes, it does work now, but it always has worked this time rather, to be more precise. But that doesn't mean it's going to work next time or the time after or whatever.
So for Mark's sake, my suggestion for this is possibly putting after this combinator, putting a thing that only passes the output of that combinator through, which is one of the critical ticks, if there is a ship there, so that the lag from that is counteracted.
Yeah, that could work. Yes.
But there's not going to be a decided combinator available.
No, probably not. There's plenty of them up here. You could just delete one of them. Actually, no. What you could do is you could put one in on here like that.
Yep.
And then it'll get placed there, and it can then be replaced when the ship comes back out again.
And there are 5 construction bots. There's 19 construction bots out here, so yes, that will work.
Good. Oh, it's a train noise. Okay. I heard a noise and going, that's a funny noise. What's that? Oh, yes, it's a train. So we've managed 6,300, 14, about 20,000 enriched vulcanite on this spaceship load. So that's pretty good. It seems to be no, not quite full. There's a little bit of room left for something. Yeah, as you say, this is the inserters being slightly more intelligent as was discussed earlier. What's it not quite full on yet? Oh, there's loads of space in this warehouse. Why is this not running flat out then? Or maybe they are running flat out. Okay.
No, they're not.
No, they're not.
Oh, is this the problem we had on Snowdrop? Yeah, the filters are set to things that mostly aren't in that warehouse.
Oh, right. Yeah, okay. These these don't need to be filtered. Do they? Mark, why are these filtered? Why are they not just passed? Because anything that ends up in these warehouses is stuff that's going to be passed through into here.
Them, yeah.
Oh, Tristan, why are these filtered?
No, I've just unfiltered them.
Oh, you've just unfiltered them. Oh, okay.
Because that's what we did to fix Snowdrop.
Okay, Mark, why were they filtered? Oh. Oh, blip. Alright. Let's have another look at Kothar and see how sad things are over on Kothar. Well, there's no enriched vulcanite here. However, there has been some because there's a load of stuff flowing through. In fact, there's a little bit left. And there's a load flowing of blast cake flowing through. Oh, and there is some has just been brought down, I think, by a train. So it's being loaded into this one. Might be enough there to finish it up. Can't remember. Okay, fair enough. It might be that there was a good idea for it at the time, and then the design has changed in ways that means it's not needed anymore.
It may have been to keep it consistent with the other end, where you're wanting filters to load only the things that are required.
Maybe. Yeah. Interesting. Yeah, Kothar seems to be sort of... It's running... Right now, at least, it's running reasonably well. There's a gap. There's been a big gap in the enriched vulcanite, and it's going. So the system is going to grind to a halt soon, but it hasn't done yet, and the train is just pulling in. So it might get down quick enough. You never know. The problem does seem to be in bringing it down from the spaceship over and then getting it over to here, though. There's a few too many steps in there.
Once it's all backed up, that might be okay.
The thing, that's assuming it does all ever get back. I suppose actually, yes. If we are bringing out, are we bringing out more enriched vulcanite? We must be bringing out more enriched vulcanite than we need because it's all getting made. It can't ever be less than we need, so it must be more than we need. It can't ever be less than we need to fill up the spaceship because then the spaceship wouldn't depart. And I think the spaceship
has the spaceship actually departed?
I'm not sure. That's why I was just wondering that. It's about 2/3 full again, and there's still 3,000 here.
Okay.
It is. I feel like it is doubt. It is. I feel unsure. Dubious. Other similar words. Yeah, now there's only a very slow trickle of stuff coming through here because most of it's from the core processing because we get bursts of iridium coming through in a train and then getting dumped into the train over here to fill it up, and it just sits there. Does it have a? It has a leave after 120 seconds of inactivity, so it has a complete emergency departure. But when we're getting a trickle of core processing through, that's not going to make it leave. So therefore it's not going to leave until we've got a train load of this one. Which is, to be fair, 3/4 full now. Because iridium, it doesn't stack very high.
He needs more mark belts.
Yeah, I don't entirely disagree. I think, yeah, what he needs is for his space elevator to be next to the output of his processing area.
I mean, Njord doesn't have that and it works fine.
True, but yeah,
You could use the mark belt.
You could use the mark belt, yes. I suppose Agnea has some fairly long. Yeah, the belts running around on Agnea are probably longer than going from here to here would be. And so many of his problems would be solved if there was a belt carrying the enriched vulcanite from here down as well. There is 4,500 in there at the moment still. This train is now, when all this has gone in, the train is going to be it's nearly full, but yeah, it's not going to actually fill up until, I suppose the train of iridium is going to come over fairly soon. Okay, one of the wagons is full now, so it's just filling up the belt. Fine. 2 of the wagons are full. Sorry. What even is he watching to decide when to leave? Oh, he's watching for full cargo inventory. That's fair enough then.
I did the sort of thing Yukito's talking about on Njord, where I'm waiting for 1 second inactivity if there's stuff up in orbit to bring down.
Yeah, they're having having it note when there's something in orbit to go and get it works quite well.
No, it's the condition on the belt to prevent a trickle, because
okay,
it would never hit the 1 second inactivity, but I've got a buffer that builds up, and then when there's enough in it, just releases.
Oh, I see. Yeah, okay, yeah, that could work. Yeah, you string a load of belts together, watching that for when there's more than 100 of anything, then you let it get, then you turn it on.
Oh, smaller scale than that, but yeah.
Yeah. Although actually, no, that wouldn't drain out the whole buffer. That would just let a little bit through until the buffer dropped below 100 again. So that wouldn't work. You need a latch.
What I've pinged.
I'm watching. I don't know why I'm watching this train. Oh, okay. So you've got a latching system in there.
So, yeah, it's actually read on both sides. I should really move the bottom ones to further right.
I guess, yeah.
Something like that.
Right, so the train is now gone because suddenly a load of iridium arrived. That's good, and therefore it's gone back up topside and is emptying. All right, but eventually it'll then fill up from over here. It does empty very, very quickly when it stacks of iridium. That is the very small advantage of the iridium. So I'll come over here. It'll fill up on pudding. I mean, enriched vulcanite. This is presumably departing on idle, full or idle. Yeah, okay, that's fine. The spaceship is now 2/3 full. The stuff's still flowing through. I'll have a look again in a minute. I'd say that's not going to last much longer. Probably going to get to about 350 stacks in each, I guess. So yeah, that is again as that. These are all reasonable approximations of 2/3 full, and this is the last of the enriched vulcanite that's coming through here. So, I mean, is this just going to straight up be that he's not bringing enough enriched vulcanite in each time? Which is relatively easy to fix. We just turn the numbers up a little bit. And try and build up some sort of buffer. Because this is easily going to fill up this train. But it's not going to fill it up again when it comes back. So, the amount of enriched vulcanite it takes out now has to be enough to fill up the spaceship. And I feel like it's probably not going to be. He said it was about 1-to-1, and the stacks are 5 times the size. So actually, this is 100. If this is 160 stacks going in, means 160 stacks times 5 coming out. Okay, that would fill up a spaceship. Should easily fill up a spaceship then. So he's bringing out. So let's see. So he's bringing out 25. Is it? Yeah, he's bringing out 25,000 enriched vulcanite. So that should mean making about 25,000 iridium ingots. Divided by 20 is difficult. No, it's not. It's about. It's about. No, not divided by 20. Yeah, 25,000 divided by 20 is about 1,000. So that should be a full ship. I wonder if you've got the numbers wrong somewhere else. And to be fair, that looks like that brought it over quickly enough that the system didn't turn off.
Is it just that Kosar now has enough enriched over there?
Oh, it's 2.5, not 20. 2.5, not 10. 5 times. Possibly. My numbers were wrong though. So it's 25,000 coming in means it means 2.5 of it. No, there's 20 per stack. So 25,000. No, it's still right. 25,000 iridium would be about 1,000 stacks. Because it's 20 per stack. Just over 1,000 stacks, but I'm not going to do the maths more accurately than that because there's no point. And 1,000 stacks is enough to fill up a spaceship completely just with the iridium. And then there's a load of other junk going through as well. So it should be absolutely fine.
However, I think he may have only had one ship with actually 25,000.
You could well be right. Yeah, this might be the first. This might have been. This might be the first ship that's come through with enough. Okay, so, and we've got. So I said it was about 2/3 full. So that's 150 stacks in each. That's 300 stacks, which is 2 trains. Yeah, trains leaving again. So 2 trains. It's still flowing. Yeah, I think this is going to be enough. It's just going to take a little while for it to all beetle through. Okay. So maybe it is all right. The next question is going to be: is it being made fast enough? And is the stuff being transported around fast enough? But it does seem like we have a sufficient quantity of. Yeah, we have enough enriched vulcanite coming in for the ship to depart properly when with the stuff that goes in. Especially
Agnea is currently being asked for 2k more enriched, and that's it. The rest is all in orbit.
Right. So yeah, Agnea is okay then. Oh yeah, we're at.
The issue with Agnea is it's going to fill up on blocks and then go. Oh well, nothing else for me to do now.
Yes.
So we need to add in dealing with requesting an amount of blocks.
Yeah.
Which is probably 150 to 200k.
My concern with this is getting the right. So the problem is at the moment it's just coming. It's coming down the same belt. That's not a problem. It just means I need to put in an extra belt. Actually, it's not so much of a concern. Yeah, it's going to be fun. Let's get rid of that and that and that, and
that gives you an output you can use.
Turn that round. Bring that down there. Delete that and all of that. And that. All of that to there.
Are you going to be putting those somewhere nice?
Probably. You know, I'll just shove them in the in the spaceship. Let's put in the blue chest over here and pull them back out again. So then that needs to be deleted. Do they link? They do link. Nice. That needs to not be a limit. So this is coming down here. And I need to do the same thing down here as well. So I need to say, actually, no, don't do that. I want you to come up over here. Link these two together like that. I don't know if I'm going to have enough belts for this, but I'm going to give it a try. Where can I actually run this to? Where I'll be able to put it into the warehouse. Okay, so it's going to have to come in here. So we're coming along the bottom of this at the moment. No. Comes through to there. No. Along here. Down here, but let's delete that, and then put that in there. In fact, you know what? Let's create some extra space for when I need to do all this again with another belt for some reason that I haven't foreseen yet. There we go. Don't do that. Bad game.
So the batteries, just to add extra distraction,
Okay.
had managed to flow that belt up to where you turned it round. Those managed to flow through.
Right.
We have
Okay.
82 charged ones in the buffer.
Right. So it was just because we essentially emptied the buffer of batteries that was all the way down going down to the far end of the base. Okay,
Yeah.
that's a satisfactory answer. I'm okay with that. I mean, it's a silly thing to have happened, but but I understand why and all that sort of stuff. So I'm okay with that.
So yeah, I'm inclined to reconnect it. It should mostly not run, but there's going to be a burst of it at some point.
Yeah, I think that's reasonable. Right, I'm going to try and empty this this box out, and then I'll link everything, and then I'll just turn the taps on for the others. Oh wait, never mind. It occurs to me, of course, that what I've done now isn't actually going to help, because I can't just run the enriched vulcanite belts, because all of the junk goes away down the main belt that takes away the vulcanite. So this isn't going to work.
You can split the vulcanite off near the end.
No, I can't. Because
no, you can't, no.
What if we get through a bajillion enriched vulcanite? Then, yeah. I think the only thing I can do here, I can.
It's split off the vulcanite blocks right from the start.
Yeah. Actually, that's not so bad. I'll do that, and then up here. How many places are there? Yeah, okay, so then up that, and then wait, what? Get rid of those. Right, how far can I go with one of these before it gets? Okay, blue belt will go that far, right. Not that far.
Not quite far enough.
Of course. Would you expect anything less or more? This is probably going to limit my production of vulcanite. However, that doesn't seem to be an issue at the moment. We do seem to have quite a lot of it. So splitting it off onto two separate... I basically split out the... We've got one belt for the junk and one belt for the vulcanite now, from the core processing at least.
Corner in the bottom left, by the way.
Sorry?
Corner in the bottom left.
Oh yeah, thank
that
you.
stuff you just added.
Yes. There we go.
Also, the fact that stuff hasn't been placed is slightly concerning.
Yeah, I might have run out of blue belts.
Okay, so it's a few downgrades in the sulfur or something.
Yeah, not the main sulfur belt, because that does... Well, I suppose the sulfur down the end, yeah, could be downgraded. Like that bit. No, not... Try it again. The correct mouse button this time. There we go. As long as I've got some red belts, that'll do nicely. Yeah. Which I probably have. If not, those can be made out of just iron. Well, there's some coming through anyway. Oh no, I'm very, very out of blue belts. There's lots of blue belts needed. I think this ice belt here can be downgraded. I don't need very much of that.
What? The cider combinator is in the way for the Agnea spaceship landing.
What? We put a ghost of a combinator on the
no
ship. Has the ghost stayed behind?
No, it's I added the one I added. I didn't realise that was a spaceship area.
Oh, okay. Changing it out for underground. Yeah, I'm very, very short of undergrounds too, so I don't want to do that. But
lengthening undergrounds could do it.
Oh, possibly, yeah.
But also downgrading, so. Particularly ones like those really short undergrounds.
Yeah. You're just getting your own back on me for me telling you to do all of that with the junk processing, aren't you?
Yep. I was already planning on doing that.
Okay.
That's why some of it was done. Possibly not quite to the extent which you were suggesting. Yeah, that seems reasonable.
I've done a load. Hopefully that'll be enough. We shall find out though. It seems to have... Yeah, it seems to have gone all the way down with that one. What was the other belt? Oh, this... Okay, so we now have a junk belt here, which does still have some vulcanite cubes on it, but I think they're all just sort of historical vulcanite cubes, so they're all disappearing. And there's a bit of catch up to be done because we've got some backlog in there, but that's while it's being rebuilt, but that's fine. And that means I can now come down here and tell this belt, which is solid vulcanite, to only run at certain times. So, have you set up? Did you say you set up a vulcanite signal?
I have prepared for a vulcanite signal. I haven't actually put it on.
Okay.
There's a combinator available for it.
Cool.
But yeah, obviously what you're looking at on the other side matters.
Of course, at the moment I have 76,000 on there because we're looking at how much is up in the space to determine when to ship the other stuff through. Oh, there's too many signals on here. Can we send it as not vulcanite? We can translate it into something else, can't we?
Yeah, but do you not want to include what's up in space? That's the whole point.
Oh, true.
And so
yes.
The total here needs to be more than a spaceship load. Oh, no, it doesn't, because we've got the junk.
Yeah.
Actually, vulcanite blocks probably does need to be approaching a spaceship load. But it's probably going to be 200k.
Let's put in 200k and see what it looks like at the other end.
That's going to start the non-core stuff running.
Yeah, it is, but I don't care very much.
Everything, I'll look up the rest.
Okay, there is minus 10 million on that signal now. So that's linked into something I didn't expect it to be.
Oh, yeah, yes. How can we...
Guess it's that one up there, isn't it? Yeah.
Yeah, this warehouse.
Could that be just turned into a green cable
Yeah.
to those things?
No, the green one can't go up to the top one.
Sorry?
I
No, I mean turn it over here. Turn it a green cable for the
Oh, right. Convert all of those.
yeah, for the
Yeah, it's then
inserters.
different to all the rest. But
Oh well.
yeah. Yeah, oh, you're doing that. I'll unhook the reds.
Thank you.
I will not unhook the reds from the others until you've finished.
I believe I've finished.
Okay. I was just thinking that could do something.
Yeah, it could lead
I'm
to
not sure what.
you might get the inserters outputting all of the stuff in the warehouse or something like that, which would be unfortunate.
Yeah.
Mark says wrong, but he doesn't say what we're wrong about, so
Probably everything.
probably. Right, so those are stopped now. What are we seeing on this signal here? We are seeing 185,000 vulcanite, so that's quite a lot. And that's after having 200,000 subtracted from it. So there is a lot of vulcanite somewhere.
I mean, we've got 300k over here.
That'll be why then. Right. Oh, Mark says the top two
The top two
insertion cables
inserters are just
differently.
whitelisting.
Oh, okay. So it doesn't matter
So
that they shouldn't have been. They didn't need to be connected, but it doesn't matter that they are. Presumably.
Yes. Mode of operation, none.
Okay. So at the moment, I'm seeing positive numbers of the enriched vulcanite is dropping rapidly. It's so presumably it's being taken out.
Yeah, spaceship has arrived and
Excellent.
has just left. I didn't see when it arrived, but it is. Yeah.
Okay. No, that's fine. It's got down to 3.6, 3.5. That's counting down, so will then start putting a bit more through.
Yes, we're currently loading the Kothar spaceport area thing.
Okay. That, yeah, may well be working then.
Yeah, we're loading that at 4 belts worth and unloading the Agnaea area at half a belt's worth.
That's okay, I guess.
Yeah, that's just. These are the extras, just to sort of speed it up a bit.
Yeah, I was just thinking, do we want to? Should these warehouses be linked in as well?
Oh, probably. Yes.
Because that is all stuff that is here. Oh. Put it back. We have a train out of fuel. Yes, on Norvis of all places. Let's go and have a look at why we have a train out of fuel. That'll be a nice change of pace for a moment.
Oh, it's
a space
back wagon.
Oh,
it's not being unloaded. The one that goes up to energy extras. Where is energy extras?
It does some quantum stuff as well. Presumably, that sounds to me like it's in the energy science area.
Yes.
But it's not the main one
which
because
does not have batteries.
Energy main. Oh, that energy extras, right? Yes, I see. Oh yeah. Doop. So what we're saying over here, right? So we've got loading all of the enriched vulcanite into these warehouses for it to be taken away. These have stopped flowing because we've got enough passed through. There are still 2,500 in here, but only 2,500. But I suppose actually, if it's taking 25,000, it's taking an entire warehouse's load, isn't it? So it's not surprising that we've got a bit of a squeeze. Yeah, and as we stop shipping vulcanite back up to here, because it's just in order to try and get through some of this buffer, that'll free up more space in here for getting rid of all of the junk. Because once again, we've got too much junk in here, too much stuff in here. This is all vulcanite. right, crikey. So yeah, we need to get through some of this vulcanite so that the junk can flow out of these into here, and then we can flow the enriched out a bit faster and get it unloaded a bit more evenly. But that's probably not an issue. I think. And now over here we've got supposedly 3,500. There's a little bit in the systems in the systems AO being trying to be loaded into trains. So does that mean there's some more up in space from here? It must do. There must be nearly a. Yeah, there we go. There's another 5, 8, none. That doesn't feel like quite enough. I suppose if we include what's in the other warehouse at the other end. Because there's about a bit less than 10 in this spaceship. And then in Norbit, there's another 5. Oh, okay, no, there's another 10 in here as well. So we've got 5 here, 10 in these two, and then another 10 at the other end. That is about the 25. It feels like a very small... And there's another 25 in here, of course, ready to be taken out to Kothar. I don't know. It just feels a little tight that we have one ship's load here, but then the Agnair ship flies back and forth often enough. That's probably all right, or at least it used to. I guess we give it a. We wait and see. We give it a chance, see how it goes. If we find there's problems there, we're not bringing the enriched. The ship isn't flying often enough, and so we're not getting the enriched through. Then we'll put in an extra warehouse in Norbit to store another warehouse load of enriched. So we're bringing two warehouses over each time the ship comes. If that's all it comes for, and yeah, probably be all right. Doopy says I need to hydrate. I think he's right.
Eventually.
Sorry?
Mining Productivity 11, eventually. That's been the one running for quite a lot of the stream.
Oh. Oh, yes.
It's
yeah.
a big one.
Yeah. And using a pack we don't have a huge amount of, I guess, as well. Okay. Oh, we're letting a bit of enriched through now. Oh, we've got, okay, it's dropped to minus 4.8, 4.9 thousand.
There's a spaceship left.
No, but it's been put into the spaceship.
Ah, right. So stuff in the spaceship isn't counted. Yeah.
Correct. Yeah. Which is probably wrong, but on the plus side, that'll help with the buffering issue I was talking about.
It's probably fine.
We should probably do it with a memory cell, but sanity. And lack thereof.
We're currently okay for iridium and holmium.
Ooh. According to the graph.
Probably.
I've not seen that be okay for like ever. Wow.
I don't trust what the Vitamelange one shows.
No, that's definitely wrong. Especially as we're bringing in a million different types of Vitamelange, and that's the one we care about the least, probably. I think it's midnight. I think that's a good note to finish on.
Well, we should probably stop quite quickly then, because the iridium's dropping.
Oh yeah. Well, yes. So thank you everyone for being here. We've been sort of banging my head against the thinking about Naquium, but also we've got some spaceships built, and that's satisfying. So that's the we built. You won't have seen this, Mark. I adapted your two designs together to make this monstrosity, which we should then be able to send out to pick up whatever forms of Naquium we decide is an appropriate way of doing it in the future. So the catch-up videos will appear as usual on Friday. No, not Friday. Saturday and Monday. So keep an eye out for those. I'll give you a bit of a summary of what we've been up to today and talk through some of the processes we've been doing and maybe a little bit of what we've been thinking. And I'll be back on Tuesday for some more streaming with a bit of what am I playing on Tuesday? Satisfactory. Then on Wednesday there will be a video for the non-supporters. That was this week's supporter video, and hopefully there'll be another one for supporters as well if I have time to make it. But I've got kind of a busy weekend coming up, so we shall see how that goes. Oh, Mark thinks my ship's nice. Thank you. Much appreciated. It doesn't have a water feed going into it yet, so we've come up with a weird system where in order to fit the tanks in a sensible place, we're going to be monitoring this tank up here and pumping water in until this tank is at a certain level of fullness. But I haven't finished wiring that up yet, and so that's a little bit weird. But we think it should. So we're monitoring the amount of steam and pumping when there's not enough steam. Yes. So there's no water storage, but there will hopefully always be some headroom in the steam tank. That's the plan. We'll see. We shall see how that goes, I guess. Yes. I have also put in a landing pad for the ship you built over here. So with the general people ships, I moved your poem up here, and now we've got the personal ships and then the long range ship parked over here, and humming away gently to itself, and releasing occasional little puffs of steam. But that's hooked into a water supply and an ion stream supply as well. So that's ready to be flown off to deep space whenever we're ready. At least once we put in some chests into it.